You don't fucking tell me, Blue. You don't fucking tell me. You ain't my daddy. That don't make any sense.
Hey, do me a favor. No, I'm gonna send you Cash App. I need you. Apple pay me $30 and I'll send the Cash App to you now. 'Cause I gotta pay for fucking terabytes on my damn phone. My email's not uh refreshing. I'm gonna send you 30 now. Uh, hold on, stay on the phone. What the fuck is it? It's your phone number, right? Text it to me right quick. I just sent it. Yeah. What was you at? Number what? Hmm? What kind is it? Oh, for work? All right. Hold on. Nah, the shit fucking refreshing, man. Fucking bitch. That shit's crazy. After motherfucker ain't it? No, I couldn't get my goddamn once you know they send codes to your phone, once you try to access shit, that shit wouldn't come through. All right, tell me when you done. All
Later, damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna go get something to eat too. I might be back on later.
right. Yeah,
Hello.
yeah.
What's wrong, Jay? You want to get on?
I mean, yeah, you can. I was trying to fix my damn storage on my phone, man. Motherfucking I was trying to get a link from one of them from TikTok. The link wouldn't come through
Right.
because motherfucking Apple bitch ass want to make you pay for storage.
Yeah, I don't understand that. So hold on. So which phone you got? What you got? The 256 gigabyte, or you got the? I mean, that's the lowest you can get now. You got that one?
You got the what?
I said, which gigabyte you got for your phone? You got 256, or you got 512?
I think it's the highest one.
Damn, you shouldn't need space. What the fuck?
No, I got over 30,000 videos and photos on my phone, yo.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's from haircut and shit.
Yeah,
Hey, you got a laptop?
yeah.
So what you do? You know what you can do, right? You know you can plug your cord into your laptop
I
and
ain't, I ain't doing all that.
I'm gonna say you might as well just transfer it to the computer.
I ain't doing that shit.
You know what I'm saying?
I just went on and got the fucking terabytes.
Oh, terabytes of space.
Yeah, that shit wasn't. I couldn't get no. code to come through my email, none of that shit. What?
Text messages sometimes.
Huh?
I'm saying if you got too much space gone, your phone could be slow. So if somebody texts you, they won't be able to text messages.
And then it ordered my. I had a few email addresses and shit. It done deleted a couple of them.
Oh yeah, that's shit. You got to take care of that. Let's put up to the house. What the fuck is my key
I
at?
can't even log into my fucking Twitch account no more.
What happened?
That's why I need the code for that too.
Oh yeah, because Twitch got that fucking that two-way they got that two-way identification shit where they want you to verify by phone and email. That shit dumb, yo.
It is dumb because whenever you get a new phone or you ain't gonna
You
be
gotta
able to
contact
access it.
like you gotta contact. So the way you get it back is right. Type in on your Google, right? Type in Twitch support. They're gonna give you an email, and when you email them, you just tell them what you're going through, and you give them the email that you use for your account, and they'll reset it for you. That's what I had to do for my Twitch account. It took them some time to respond though, but they fixed it though. Where the fuck is my key at, bro? Like,
I gotta back up all these files before I get anything because they're not backed up yet. It's almost done.
yeah, don't do nothing until that shit say it's done. Cause you're gonna lose half of your fucking photos. You're gonna be mad as hell.
Yeah, just get on the game, yo.
I'm about to get on that now, yo.
All right.
All right.
He concluded that they were created by a complex energy system, which he called a spinning plasma vortex, that comes down from somewhere high up in the atmosphere.
Biophysicist Levengood has now analyzed 350 some samples from crop formations in his career. Now, if Levengood were sitting here with me, he would say, all I can do is I can take you from the ground, I can take you from the crops up, but I can't tell you what sets in motion that spinning plasma vortex in the first place. It's still a huge mystery.
The anomalous things that happen inside crop circles are, in fact, one of the indications that you're in a so-called genuine circle. Because indeed, the weirdest things happen. Batteries fail, brand new batteries. People go in with cameras. Cell phones don't work.
There have been people who have started reading all kinds of messages into these crop circles, so that they have some kind of digital significance that you can read, a kind of numerology, and there'll be a kind of message. People are really reading something into it.
In terms of who or what is delivering them, we have no way to know that. We only have science fiction that tells us what's coming to visit us. So we have to just speculate about where this might be coming from. We have to wait for whatever the source is to introduce itself to us.
Are we dealing with time travelers? Are we dealing with spiritual forces from some dimension we don't understand? Are we dealing with advanced intelligences that are not even in this galaxy, that are from someplace else? And is this a form of communication? The conversations keep getting more and more complicated.
Crop circles are contact. We're being contacted. Just because we don't have the bodies to shake hands with, we have the evidence that the bodies have left us. I'm absolutely convinced that crop circles are evidence of intelligent life. There is intelligence bombarding us, winking at us, waving.
Are these mysterious crop circles messages or warnings? Or might they have another, perhaps more profound purpose? Could they be futuristic clues guiding us to our ultimate destiny? Or ancient symbols paving the way for our ultimate destruction?
Beauty brings joy. Joy we all deserve. Because beauty is about possibilities. Here, beauty is your playground, where you can find exactly what you need and discover something you never knew you needed. Find all of the brands and services you can't live without and the ones you can't wait to try, all at prices you'll love. Beauty is for all. All things beauty, all in one place. Trains. Trains that use the power of Dell AI and Intel, clearing the way so you arrive exactly where you belong.
Belize, Central America. In 1924, British adventurer Frederick Mitchell Hedges traveled here with his daughter Anna to explore the ruins of the ancient Mayan city of Lubantun. One afternoon, Anna climbed to the top of a crumbling pyramid, hoping to see the ocean.
It was high noon, and she was at the top. And the way the sun came in, the way the rocks had moved, and that there was just a small opening, and the light from the sun went through, and it hit the top of the skull. And she ran down, and she's all excited. She said, "There's someone in there with a flashlight."
Anna's father and others in their party were too large to fit inside the small opening of the pyramid. So they tied a rope around Anna and lowered her into the hole. When she came back up, Anna held the top of a strange crystal skull. A second search uncovered a matching jaw. The two-piece skull weighed 11 pounds 7 ounces and appeared to be carved from a single piece of rock crystal.
It's the only crystal skull which is almost perfectly humanoid. It's the only crystal skull which has a detachable jaw. And when I say almost perfectly humanoid, the one thing which is missing is the sutures on the cranium. It has a perfect cranium. So it almost suggests that even though it's a human crystal skull, those who were carving it somehow felt that this creature was not born. It somehow came into this world perfectly.
The skull's appearance created an immediate sensation among the local tribesmen.
When natives saw it, it was like their god had returned. They all started crying and kissing the earth and everything. They were just so excited. And Mitchell had just seen this. He presented it to the high priest, and they put it in an altar. And for 24 hours a day, they burned flames around the crystal skull.
The Mayan elders believed that in ancient times, 13 crystal skulls were buried in secret places around the world. Currently, it is claimed that 7 have been found. 4 are in private collections, and 1 each in the British Museum, the Smithsonian, and the Kate Bradley Museum in Paris. All have been the focus of intense examination, speculation, and even worship.
A lot of natives and a lot of people working with crystal skulls say that the high quartz content skulls, and especially the quartz skulls themselves, is the highest frequency or energy or vibration possible on the physical plane. And so a lot of native people kind of worshipped or took care of these objects because they knew that they had or felt that they had the highest energy possible on the earth plane.
But what are the exact origins of these mysterious crystal skulls? Since their discovery, scientific tests have determined that the two owned by the British Museum and the Cape Branley were not authentic pre-Columbian artifacts. Could it be that the Mitchell Hedges skull was also a fake? In the 1960s, it underwent extensive testing by art curator Frank Dorland and the Hewlett-Packard Company.
They used the most advanced stuff that they had. They could not find any marks on it except for around the jaw and I think a little bit around the eyes. The only place they saw tool marks using their techniques. At the time, Hewlett-Packard found that the temperature always stays about the same temperature, no matter if it's in hot or cold, and was carved against the lines of the crystal. If anybody tried to do that, it would break into 1,000 pieces. It's made out of a high level of electronic crystal, and they're not really sure exactly where it came from.
If you listen to the academics, crystal skulls are all modern fabrications, meaning somebody has gone on there with a wheel and has carved them as such. And this is where the big divide is between established academics and alternative researchers like myself, who feel that the academics are not using all the available evidence to draw their conclusions. And in short, we believe that the academics are wrong in their conclusions.
Are these skulls really ancient artifacts? And if not, who or what carved them?
Crystal skulls, according to certain stories, yes, they're alien artifacts. Even some people think they're made on another planet.
I think there are links between crystal skulls and extraterrestrials, not necessarily that they were carved and created by extraterrestrials. And I've been told they were created by humans, but they were created specifically to hold records from alien civilizations.
Could there actually be some type of coded information stored inside these skulls? And if there is, how could it be retrieved?
There's a legend that there were 13 skulls, and that when the 13 skulls come together, then something significant will change in the world.
Legend suggests that there are 12 additional worlds out there, planets which are inhabited by intelligent species. Now, we belong to those worlds or to those planets, and our planet Earth is called Planet of the Children. They also suggest that these 13 crystal skulls that allegedly exist on planet Earth were each brought here from one of those 12 planets, and the 13th skull is the one that apparently contains all of the information of all those 12 different worlds.
Within each crystal skull, information is stored, and in fact, IBM has shown that too, that quartz crystal can store millions of gigabytes of information. And in fact, any quartz crystal or a crystal skull could hold much more information than any computer we have now. So when these crystal skulls would be brought together, they begin to interface with each other, and ultimately a greater knowledge and information is condensed and brought to us. And that's the legend of the crystal skulls.
But, as ancient astronaut theorists maintain, why would visiting aliens have given the crystal skull to the Maya? To what purpose?
The skull is a very important motif for the Mayans. When you look around in the Mayan monuments, you see skulls carved pretty much everywhere. You use it for some of their denotations for calendars.
And it is the Mayan calendar that many people refer to when discussing the possibility of a new Armageddon. Are the skulls somehow linked to this? The current keeper of the Mitchell Hedges skull believes they are.
Got 2012 just a few years away. All these different things are happening, the wars, etc. And I think the skulls are coming forward to do what they're made to do.
But are these skulls the trigger that will begin the dawn of a new era? Or will they simply be used as a tool by some form of extraterrestrial intelligence to guide mankind to its next stage of evolution? If so, is this intelligence waiting and watching for the right moment? And from where exactly could it be watching us?
Trains. Trains that use the power of Dell AI and Intel, clearing the way so you arrive exactly where you belong.
If extraterrestrial beings do exist in the universe, where are they? That was the question posed by Enrico Fermi, one of the leading scientists of the 20th century.
Shortly after the Second World War, the famous physicist Enrico Fermi, who was taking part in the Manhattan Project to build the atomic bomb, was talking at Los Alamos with some friends about the reports of flying saucers. And Fermi suddenly said, in relation to extraterrestrial intelligent beings, where are they? And he was simply making the point that if there was a civilization somewhere in the galaxy that had arisen, say, 100 million years ago, then they have plenty of time to spread across the galaxy.
Fermi said, gee, if there's all of these civilizations out there and all of these planets out there, where is everybody?
The Fermi paradox, as it became known, was an attempt to explain the lack of evidence of aliens, despite the mathematical probability of their existence.
Up until this point, to modern time, no credible scholar, no credible scientist looks at any of the evidence that ancient alien enthusiasts put forth and say, yes, this is evidence of ancient aliens. No credible scholar does that.
Moreover, the whole SETI project, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, has been going on now for nearly 50 years. The fact that we have found no radio telescope evidence of extraterrestrials plays very much into the Fermi paradox in that it further indicates if they're out there, why aren't we hearing from them? And we don't seem to be hearing from them.
But in the 1960s, MIT astrophysicist John Ball rebutted Fermi's hypothesis with a controversial one of his own, the zoo hypothesis.
The zoo hypothesis says that we are in a zoo or a wilderness area that they have essentially left alone and are going to leave alone to allow us to develop in our own way and our own rate.
Extraterrestrials have detected us on Earth, but have chosen not to come here, not to invade, but rather to observe us as we observe animals in the zoo. They thought, we'll do a study of those Earthlings and see what sort of people they are.
Now, why would they do this? Well, if on the one hand we have nothing they want, that's surely true. And on the other hand, we aren't able to interfere with whatever they're doing. That's also surely true. They're out there doing their own thing, and they're not paying any attention to us. And we're not clever enough to eavesdrop on whatever they're doing.
That's the predicament we're in. We have something that is looking down and monitoring us. We are on the petri dish, and we can't get out far enough to see what's behind those eyes behind that microscope.
If aliens are watching us right now, where are they? Some believe they are sitting out in space in what are called Lagrange points, named after mathematician and astronomer Joseph Lagrange, who discovered them in 1772. There are 5 of these points between the Sun, the Earth, and our Moon.
Lagrange points are points between two bodies where the forces balance equally. Think of like a seesaw. When you have one really heavy person and one really light person, there's a kind of balance point in there, and that's what a Lagrange point is.
Lagrange points is where we send some of our own satellites, and that's a point in space where you can just sort of sit there inert for millions of years if you had to, without having to worry about in-course corrections. If you go anywhere else in the solar system, then in order to keep pace with Earth as it orbits the Sun, you've got to continually change your position.
So people have talked about Lagrange points as a place where a spacecraft might hide out, because you don't have to do a lot to stay in that spot. It's sort of equally balanced, and you just get carried along.
If an extraterrestrial race would have ever visited our solar system, they could have placed a probe in those specific points in order to observe us, to record us, what have you. So, I mean, this is not something that the ancient astronaut theory has proposed. This is, university professors, astrophysicists who have proposed this.
Some argue that another reason alien beings have yet to reveal themselves is because they don't yet consider us worthy. This forms the basis of John Ball's jungle hypothesis.
The jungle hypothesis just means that if you have animals such as ants that live in the jungle, no matter how many of them you have, their chances of ever having seen a human being are very slim. Not because we're hiding or anything, but we just don't have a reason to go into the jungle and step on anthills. So the idea is that we are probably related to advanced extraterrestrial intelligence, similar to an anthill might be related to humans. And the fact that we've never seen any extraterrestrial intelligence is just, we don't have anything they want.
We could actually shake hands with something that might have been coming and going on this planet for literally thousands, perhaps millions of years, and has kept the distance during the last age of man for reasons unknown, and maybe is waiting for us all to finally grow up.
One thing that can be said with a great deal of confidence is that if the contact is initiated by them, they are going to be not only superior to us, but greatly superior to us. They won't be just beginners like we are. They will be far more advanced than we are.
Both the jungle and zoo hypothesis propose that alien beings are watching us, but are, for the time being, keeping their distance. But what if they're not? What if the alien mission was to integrate with our society in a way that avoids detection? If so, might they be walking among us right now?
The Home Depot has fast, free delivery, so you can get everything you need for out there or in here without having to go anywhere. Order today and get fast, free delivery from the Home Depot.
Trains. Trains that use the power of Dell AI and Intel, clearing the way so you arrive exactly where you belong.
According to the ancient astronaut theory, aliens may have come to Earth for many reasons: to excavate, to breed, to conquer, or simply to explore.
Certainly, we want to go out and find out about things we don't know about. We see the moon, we want to go up to the moon and find out more things about it. We see Mars, we want to go there. We want to go to Jupiter, we send out our probes. So, if aliens are something like us, then perhaps they have that same kind of motivation. They just want to go learn.
Just like we exhibit curiosity, there are other species out there that have the same trait. It would be very egotistical to think that we're the only explorers in this galaxy. I mean, that would be a very sad statement to suggest we're the only ones with a brain and want to go out there and explore.
But while our own journeys into space have been brief and largely exploratory, could other beings, traveling millions of miles to Earth, have stayed? And if so, might they still be among us?
Many ancient astronaut theorists think it's all happened in the past, and the extraterrestrials came here, did this and did that, and then they took off back to their own planet. But there's a lot of evidence to show that extraterrestrials who might have come here in the past, they've never left. They have bases somewhere on the planet, underneath the oceans, inside mountains. In South America, there is very strong beliefs that many UFOs come out of lakes and underwater, and that Lake Titicaca and other lakes in Peru and Bolivia and other areas of South America have some kind of underground, underwater alien base associated with them. If aliens were coming to our planet, there seems little doubt that they would stop at the moon on their way here. itself is kind of the eye in the sky. NASA says that the moon is apparently hollow. During the Apollo missions, the command module crashed into the moon. And the moon rang like a bell for hours. There are craters on the moon which they cannot find bottom to. And it's thought by some researchers that these bottomless craters are entrances inside our moon. The whole enigma of the moon gets weirder and weirder the more you know it. Was the moon actually brought here from another solar system and put into orbit around our planet? Biologists say that life on this planet could never have occurred without our moon. And the reason for that is that the moon creates the tidal effect. And without the effect of tides and this rhythmic motion on the oceans, life would never have begun on this planet. In my mind, the evidence is there that the moon is a gigantic spaceship in orbit around our planet. It's occupied by some extraterrestrial race. In many ways, it's much like the George Lucas Death Star concept in Star Wars, where they're building this artificial moon that's capable with technology of actually destroying a planet.
But if alien beings are using the moon as some sort of satellite for Earth observation, why? What would be the purpose? And where is the proof?
They would like to see us evolve. You know, they are great masters, great avatars. They are very high, and so are we. And we need to live up to our potential. We really need to live up to our potential for all people. And today, we are living still as if we are alone in the universe, while hundreds and thousands of people are seeing unusual craft in the skies as they did 5,000 years ago. And so, in a way, the idea that the ancient aliens would finally be coming around full circle all the way into the 21st century is trying to push open a truth that governments have suppressed in the 20th century. It's really very ironic.
There are many diverse and conflicting theories concerning the idea that alien astronauts have been visiting the Earth for centuries. But perhaps the proof lies in the most obvious place of all, right within ourselves.
Somewhere in our genes it is coded that extraterrestrials were here thousands of years ago. And it takes a certain time before this message is open to us, maybe in the brain.
I don't believe extraterrestrials, ETs, ancient astronauts are the missing link. I think what they very well could be, they may be the beginning of the link that helped genetically alter human beings, the link that jump-started our civilization the way we are today. It's very possible. They came down here and saw some creature, and they said, you know what, we're going to jump-start this. It may take another 10 million years for this thing to become smart and intelligent. So they created us. And we're smart and intelligent now, aren't we?
Spaceships over Los Angeles. Body snatchers controlling our minds. ETs making contact. These and other alien-based scenarios have been the plot lines of countless science fiction movies and television shows. But what if extraterrestrial beings came to Earth tomorrow? Would they signal the birth of a new age of peace and prosperity, or trigger a war of the worlds?
The day that it's announced we're not alone is the day that this planet changes forever.
The very structures of government and the very structures of religion will crumble.
Everybody wants to meet an alien. But we have to start small. We have to learn how to walk before we can run.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, what might happen when they return? Throughout human history, man has gazed up at the stars in awe and with wonder. Our ancient ancestors charted their movements, identified constellations, and marked time by creating celestial-based calendars. The stars also became the source of countless myths and legends. Many of these describe visitors coming down to Earth from somewhere out there. Others speak of entire civilizations existing out in the cosmos.
The ancient Sanskrit writings of India tell us, for example, there are 400,000 human-like species scattered throughout the cosmos in different planets, different solar systems, even different dimensions.
But where are these alien beings? Did they come to Earth in the past, as the ancient astronaut theory suggests, and then leave? If so, will they ever come back? Today, scientists around the world have stopped waiting around and are taking steps to find intelligent extraterrestrial life. Will technology finally be able to prove what our ancient ancestors believed thousands of years ago? In 1960, astronomer and physicist Frank Drake set up an unusual telescope in the hills of West Virginia. The strange device was made from surplus World War II radar equipment. But rather than containing a traditional optical lens, it housed a directional radio antenna.
A few simple calculations showed that radio telescopes have the power to transmit and receive across literally interstellar distances. We're talking many light years. So Frank Drake turned a radio telescope on a couple of nearby stars and tuned in to see if he could pick up a message from the aliens. So this was a sort of crazy thing to do.
Drake failed to pick up any sounds that day, but the science of radio astronomy was born. If we couldn't see aliens in space, maybe we could hear them.
The things we focused on in the past for searching for extraterrestrial life is really passively trying to discover signals on the basis that if they were technologically advanced, they would have some form of electricity like we do, and all electricity generates radiation and sends out the signals, and hopefully we detect it.
In 1961, Frank Drake and a group of astronomers, physicists, and biologists formed a privately funded organization called SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. Their goal was to focus massive radio telescopes towards space and listen. Drake estimated the probability that intelligent life existed out in the universe in a formula that became known as the Drake equation.
The Drake equation is like a bridge between scientists and non-scientists because it explains what you would want to know to give a number about how common alien life could be. There are multiple
factors within the Drake equation, like the fraction of stars that can have planets, and the fraction of those planets that could be habitable, and the fraction of those that might have liquid water, and how many could have evolved intelligent life. And then one important factor is the lifetime of those civilizations, and that is a big unknown. We only know of one, that's ourselves. And how long are we going to be around? That's to be determined.
Using his equation, Drake estimated that over 100 million advanced civilizations could exist in just the Milky Way galaxy.
SETI presupposes that if you've got an alien civilization capable of traveling that's developed electronics, they have a fingerprint. That fingerprint is a repetitive signal. A repetitive signal will tell them that it's not just noise, junk frequencies out there, but a real attempt at communicating. Maybe not with us, but with each other.
On August 15th, 1977, astronomer Dr. Jerry Eman was working on a SETI project at Ohio State University when he recorded an intermittent signal coming from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius. The signal lasted 72 seconds before being lost. Eman believed that it was of extraterrestrial origin, but despite repeated searches and increasingly larger telescopes, the signal has never again been detected. But what if SETI intercepts a transmission from another world? What would happen next? According to SETI's post-detection protocols, once an extraterrestrial radio signal is confirmed, news of the event should be kept secret until the authorities have been notified. The government will then decide whether or not to try and make contact.
I think all bets are off, because here is this message, could contain enormously important information that would transform our society and maybe destabilize it. What is it going to mean for the future of our civilization? These are momentous questions.
Today, SETI continues to scan the vicinities of nearby stars for artificially produced signals using several of the world's largest telescopes. In the next several years, when it becomes fully operational, SETI's new Allen telescope array will allow for the reconnaissance of up to 1 million stars.
SETI has to search a huge area. They'll tell you that now they have searched the equivalent of like a glass of water compared to the entire ocean on Earth. They have a long way to go.
While SETI listens passively to signals from outer space, NASA has attempted to contact alien life directly through messages sent aboard its space probes.
It's a long shot, but there's no reason in my mind not to expect that life evolved elsewhere. What's harder to predict or try and understand is how likely is it that it happened close enough that there'd be someone we could actually communicate with.
In 1972, NASA agreed to attach small plaques onto the outside of its twin Pioneer space probes, the first human-built objects destined to leave our solar system. NASA contacted Cornell University professor Dr. Carl Sagan to craft the message.
Carl Sagan was one of the most active astronomers in the search for life outside our planet. He was a very prominent scientist, he was an excellent astronomer, and he really did a lot to help us understand how we might contact other life or detect life elsewhere in the universe.
Sagan, along with SETI founder Frank Drake, designed a gold anodized aluminum plaque measuring roughly 6 by 9 inches that contained a collection of symbolic images representing humans and Earth.
The man and the woman were nude, and the gentleman was holding one arm up like this in what was intended to be a sign of greeting.
A schematic design of the solar system was also shown, with the planned trajectory of the Pioneer spacecraft marked on it, and a diagram of 14 pulsar stars around the Sun made a chart that might help someone work out where the craft originated.
We tried to give them an idea of where we're located, and that's an interesting problem, is to figure out how you would tell someone where you're located in space, because you don't know where they're going to find it. And it was all in a very stylistic design, but an attempt to hopefully communicate at least some of these ideas.
5 years later, in 1977, Dr. Sagan got a second chance at designing an interstellar message when NASA agreed to attach another one to the Voyager space probes. This time, Sagan created a record album made of gold-plated copper, along with a series of basic instructions in how to make it work. Sagan estimated that the metallic disc could survive in space for at least a billion years.
One of the challenges with technology is trying to figure out one that can do what you want. So here you want to encode audio and even some video images, but do it in a way that almost any other technologically advanced society could figure out. And the advantage of a record player is it's both mechanical and electrical. The grooves are obvious. And so they actually put on the cover instructions on how to play it.
The recording included a wide variety of sounds. A baby's cry, wind, surf and rain, animal noises, as well as classical and cultural music from around the world. One interesting song selection was Chuck Berry's rock and roll hit, Johnny Be Good.
Music is a good choice because almost anything vibrates and makes sound. So I would bet that almost any culture would develop music. I believe it's Bach who gets the most time on the record. I don't know why they picked that, to be honest, but he is one of the more mathematical composers, and that may have been one of the reasons, because math is a more universal language.
Sagan also included a wide array of photographs of well-known man-made structures and greetings in 55 different languages.
I think the most important one is the Sumerian language. Now, why would they include Sumerian on that record? Well, according to the ancient alien theory, ancient Sumeria is the first place where we made contact with an extraterrestrial entity.
At this point, we obviously haven't learned anything yet about extraterrestrial life because we haven't been contacted back. But I think for our own purposes, anytime you try and go and figure out how you want to communicate something, it pushes your boundaries and understanding of communication itself.
We all want to find aliens, whether it's the planetary scientists looking for signs of life on another distant planet, whether it's the ancient alien proponents who want to find signs of life of aliens who have visited in the past, and whether it's people today who want to have experiences with UFOs and aliens that have visited them recently. All of us are trying to do the same thing.
While the search for extraterrestrial beings continues, a new space-based telescope is hunting for planets that may contain life. Are there other Earths out there? And if so, how will we find them?
Guess I won't be making my famous burgers.
Just everyone takes turns. The Rivera say it's not even raining at their house.
Aren't they like 2 blocks away? It is coming down out here.
It really is.
That was cheese.
Yes, it was.
Keep walking, Arch.
I bet this is a microstorm.
What's a microstorm?
I don't actually know.
On March 6, 2009, NASA launched a Delta II rocket into space. On board was a new telescope, named in honor of German astronomer Johann Kepler. The space-based telescope was designed specifically to discover the existence of Earth-like planets located outside our own solar system. The Kepler search is focused on a specific section of the Milky Way, known as Orion's Spur.
Kepler's job is to answer the question, how common are other Earths? And to do this, Kepler's looking at one part of the sky for 3.5 years. Imagine like keeping your eyes open and staring at just one part of the sky.
And what they're doing is they're looking at stars, and then as a planet goes around that star, when the planet gets in front of the starlight dims just a little bit from our vantage point because it's being blocked by the planet. And so you look for that dimming of those stars, and then that's how you're able to detect these planets.
So far, the Kepler telescope has confirmed the existence of 5 planets outside our own solar system. NASA officials expect to find several hundred more exoplanets like these before their mission is completed. Once a planet has been located, scientists must then determine if it might contain water.
We know from Earth that all life on Earth requires liquid water. So that is the approach that we've been taking for looking for life elsewhere in the universe. Follow the water. And so that is the step one.
On Earth, wherever we find liquid water, we find life, and it's true. Life on Earth can exist under an extraordinary range of conditions. Extreme organisms that live in the scalding effluent coming out of the Earth's crust deep beneath the ocean. There are other remarkable organisms living in the waste pools of nuclear reactors in extreme radiation environments, and so on. But the one thing that seems to be absolutely necessary for life as we know it is liquid water.
To determine if a planet contains water and possibly life, scientists use special telescopes to analyze its atmosphere.
We look at the light coming from the planet, and we split that light up like a rainbow. Now, if you look at a rainbow in the sky and you look really, really carefully, you will see some dark lines. You'll see some colors missing from the rainbow. And those colors are missing because of absorption by gases in Earth's atmosphere. So effectively, we're getting a rainbow from another planet, and we're looking for dark lines that tell us what kind of gases are in the atmosphere.
To better understand how life affects its atmosphere, NASA scientists study microbial mats at California's Moss Landing Wildlife Area.
Microbial mats are important to NASA for a whole bunch of reasons. The organisms that are in microbial mats have been on Earth just about longer than any other kind of organism. They make a number of things which we call biomarkers, which are important in our search for life on other planets. So there are textural biomarkers. So when you pull up a piece of microbial mat and look at the surface, what does that look like? But one of the things that we're doing with these microbial mats is we're measuring the fluxes of methane. Methane is a gas that's produced by certain kinds of organisms that use the organic matter that's in these mats. And when that methane goes into our atmosphere, it can be detected by other missions, such as Terrestrial Planet Finder is one of NASA's concept missions for looking for gases that are produced by life on exoplanets.
We can look for the signature of oxygen or water on the planet, and at least that would give us an idea of life forms like ourselves, the ones that are carbon-based and use oxygen and carbon dioxide cycles. Our atmosphere is not stable without living organisms. It would have evaporated away by now. And so if you're looking out in space and you detect around the star a signature of the chemicals that we know exist for life, that's very strong evidence that life is there. Now, it doesn't help you know if it's intelligent life, but it does give you an evidence for life.
With a universe literally full of possibilities, planet hunters focus their search on an area they call a Goldilocks zone.
The Goldilocks zone for planets is the place where a planet is not too hot, not too cold, but just the right temperature for life. Right now, we know of no planets like Earth in a Goldilocks zone. One planet comes close. It's called Gliese 581d. But we're not entirely sure if that planet is really in the Goldilocks zone or not.
In recent years, it's been recognized that there's more than one Goldilocks zone. For example, there could be life inside icy planetesimals, these like small planets or large moons. The moon of Jupiter, Europa, is a very good example. Europa is liquid beneath an ice cap. It's liquid underneath because of tidal heating and friction going on inside the planet. So it could be that there is life, microbial probably only, deep down under the ice on Europa.
It's a very challenging question if there's life elsewhere in our solar system. You have so many components that have to come together. We have to have an understanding of the science. We have to ask the right questions. I wish I had a tricorder that I could just go and like point and would say life or no life, right? But we don't have that. So we have to be smart and we have to be clever and we have to develop instruments that can actually address the questions we're trying to answer.
It's inevitable. There's so many planets out there. It's inevitable that we'll find one in the Goldilocks zone any day.
But while the Kepler telescope has only just begun scanning the horizon, NASA is already planning the next step in its search for extraterrestrial life. The 2014 launch of the James Webb Space Telescope.
People always ask me, do you expect to find an Earth in your lifetime? And I say, yes, absolutely.
When I was a student, there was almost nobody prepared to argue that way. The feeling back in the 60s and 70s was that even if there were other Earth-like planets, life is such an improbable freak event that it would never ever happen anywhere else. Now the prevailing view is, yes, the universe is teeming with life.
Everybody wants to meet an alien. But we have to start small. We have to learn how to walk before we can run.
The fascinating thing for me is that we're only 4.5 billion years old in a universe that's close to 14 billion years old. What would happen with some of these Earth-like planets that had a 5 or 10 billion year head start on us? Gosh, you can only imagine.
But what if humans aren't the only intelligent creatures searching for life in the universe? What if there are beings on other planets conducting a search of their own? And what if, in their search, they find us before we find them? Some believe they already have.
Guess I won't be making my famous burgers.
Next to everyone just canceled. The Rivera say it's not even raining at their house.
Aren't they like 2 blocks away? It was coming down out here.
It really is.
That was cheese.
Yes, it was.
Keep walking, Marge.
I bet this is a microstorm.
What's a microstorm?
I don't actually know.
On October 30th, 1938, radio listeners across the United States sat stunned as a series of news bulletins described Martians invading Earth.
Martian cylinders are falling all 6 degrees. This is the end now.
While the broadcast sounded real, it was a fictional production, directed and narrated by Orson Welles. Incredibly, many of those listening believed it to be true and panicked. Newspaper reports described families fleeing their homes for the mountains, while others armed themselves with weapons and prepared to fight off the alien invaders.
It was just presented maybe with a brief introduction saying it was not really happening. But from then on, it was played as if it was really happening. Well, most people who heard that thought that it was really happening.
People became upset. Some of those literally headed for the hills. They drove places to try to pick up other people, family and friends. They reported to the armory for duty.
The response to this fictional alien attack resulted in many people preparing for the worst. But if the public's reaction to a radio dramatization resulted in a nationwide wave of terror, what would happen if they really came? Los Angeles, California. In the early months of 1942, the city was on edge. The recent surprise attack on Pearl Harbor had propelled America into World War II, and the threat of a Japanese invasion, by sea or by air, kept the military on full alert.
Pearl Harbor was a very recent memory for people. People were in high alert. There was a great deal of suspicion. Japanese Americans were being put in internment camps. There were German U-boats in the Atlantic, Japanese submarines in the Pacific, and people were very fearful.
In a well-organized defense operation, air raid wardens and the Coast Guard were monitoring the Pacific shoreline as never before.
The war had started. I was a 13-year-old kid, and this one night, which was February 1942, the sirens started wailing in the middle of the night. Blackout. We'd had several blackouts before this.
On February 25th, between the hours of 3:12 and 4:15 a.m., the 37th Coast Artillery Brigade in Los Angeles fired off a barrage of anti-aircraft shells at an unidentified flying object.
Here on the rooftop of the Columbia Broadcasting Building in the heart of Hollywood, could plainly see the flashes of guns and searchlights sweeping the skies in a wide arc along the coastal area.
I think what woke me up initially was the sound of anti-aircraft guns. I jumped out of bed, and my parents were up. My father was an air raid warden. He figured this has to be the real thing.
My mother was telling my brother and I, get under the bed, stay there. Of course, we got out and we peeked. There was all this firing. It was almost like the 4th of July.
I started hearing a lot of loud explosions. My brother and I looked out the bedroom window, saw searchlights twisting and turning in the sky.
But what was the strange UFO that the searchlights were focused on? Where had it come from? Japan or somewhere from out of this world. Could this incredible photograph, published the next morning in the Los Angeles Times, provide the proof? Could ancient astronaut theorists have been right all along?
It was practically overhead, and I mean overhead.
Retired anthropology professor C. Scott Littleton was 9 years old and growing up in Hermosa Beach when he spotted the strange object hovering right over his house.
We saw what my mother always called a silver bug. I'd characterize it today as a lozenge, a long oval. It was something I'll never, ever forget. It was caught in searchlight beams, and anti-aircraft shells were exploding all around it. It gradually went like this, and then began to lose altitude a little bit as it moved over what had to have been Redondo Beach. We lost track of it, but the banging continued. And very quickly afterward, we all saw, a flight of planes following the track of the object, going overhead anywhere from 3 to 5 interceptors, clearly piston-driven U.S. planes. No one has ever admitted that those planes were in the sky. Our first thought immediately was a Japanese observation plane. Later, the Japanese records definitively proved there were no Japanese planes over Southern California that night, or indeed ever.
After ruling out the possibility that a Japanese plane had invaded American airspace, Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox attributed the incident to war nerves. But Secretary of War Henry Stimson quickly refuted this explanation, defensively declaring that an actual aircraft had been the target of the assault. To this day, no one seems to know just what or who was hovering over Los Angeles that night. Some claim that the Los Angeles air raid was nothing more than an elaborate training exercise, a show put on by the military to keep citizens on the ready in case of a real attack. Others alleged that the unidentified flying object was, in fact, a barrage balloon that had broken loose from its tether. But even that explanation doesn't seem credible to those who witnessed the actual event.
One place where there were barrage balloons that were anchored above the aircraft plant in El Segundo, this is North America, it would have to have slipped its tether, floated north up to the Santa Monica Mountains, and then back down this way. Barrage balloons don't maneuver like that.
Regardless of the controversy, one fact is undisputed. An estimated 14,000 shells were fired at the strange object, and shrapnel rained from the sky for over an hour. But what were the guns aimed at? Would the Army really have put civilian lives in danger for a drill?
Major panic. 6 people got killed due to car accidents and hit by falling shrapnel. A friend of mine said he witnessed a piece of shrapnel go through his neighbor's garage roof. So, there were some damage from falling shrapnel.
The next morning, there was something in our backyard. My mother told me to go roll up. It was like a tarp or something. And when I bent down or kneeled down in the grass, I cut my knee, and I have my piece of shrapnel. I've kept it all these years. Here's my shrapnel, and it's very sharp.
By a process of elimination, the most efficient, and I say this as a scholar, the most efficient explanation is that it was what we would call today a UFO. Something not of this world, something that belonged to another technology. If that's true, then this event was one of the largest mass UFO sightings in history. over 1 million people saw it.
But whether it was a UFO or not, the memories remain vivid for those who saw something in the sky that night. So vivid, in fact, that many of them gather each year at Fort MacArthur in San Pedro, California, to reenact this mysterious event.
City went crazy. They thought it was really being attacked by Japanese planes. Some theories said weather balloon. Others said, oh, I saw a plane, I know I saw a plane, and others say, no, no such plane.
The fact that it was a scary thing. I think to this day they don't know what they were firing at. Was it a weather balloon or flying saucers?
But for those who believe they saw an alien craft that night, one important question remains. What happened to it?
The rumor is that it finally crashed in the water and was recovered by Navy divers. So maybe it was wounded and it crashed, and this might explain why the military was so quick to react to Roswell 5 years later, because they may already have had at least some inkling of what they would find there.
Was Earth really visited by an alien spacecraft on the morning of February 25th, 1942? And could the global threats posed by World War II have provided a trigger? Perhaps the idea is not as far-fetched as some would think. Is it possible that alien spacecraft could have been mistaken for enemy fighter planes in Adolf Hitler's Germany?
We all know why we're here.
What have you got?
For years, they studied the truth. A number of senators have confirmed that they have received classified briefings.
It is the first real crack in the taboo.
How close are we to full disclosure?
It's clear what needs to be done.
The pursuit will recover more. As always are. Ancient aliens.
In his 1993 book, The Gods of Eden, author William Bramley theorized that extraterrestrials played a part in nearly every catastrophe in human history, and have even used war as a means to control the growth of the human population. But while many are skeptical about Bramley's claims, there is one thing on which they agree: that the number of reported UFO sightings always increases during wartime.
In times of war, when vast civilizations are in conflict, and in conflict so terrible that it seems as though the civilizations will wipe themselves out, suddenly out of nowhere, UFOs appear.
While skeptics and military historians attribute these alleged sightings to war nerves or stress, those who believe in UFOs find the number of instances hard to dismiss. When World War II broke out in September of 1939, there were numerous reports of unidentified flying objects spotted over Hitler's Germany. Although the term UFO had not yet been coined, the Allies believed the bogies, as they were then known, were new fighter planes being developed by the Nazis. But the first combat bomber jets, the German Messerschmitt Me-262, weren't deployed by the German Air Force until 1943.
It certainly doesn't escape notice just how advanced the Nazi propulsion systems and their aeronautics technology really was. They had the first operational jet fighter to see combat. They were building and test flying aircraft that look incredibly similar to UFOs that are reported even today. They had greatly advanced rocket technology. There have long been rumors about Nazi projects to build aircraft using UFO technology.
At the end of the 19th century, it was Aleister Crowley, H.G. Wells, Bram Stoker, who wrote Dracula, and Jules Verne, who wrote From Earth to the Moon. They were in a society called the Golden Dawn. In that society, they actually believed in the existence not only of UFOs, but extraterrestrials. That culture influenced Hitler in the late 1920s, early into the 1930s. In looking for the origins of the Aryan race, they went all the way to India and the Vedic texts, which talk about UFOs. So Hitler, in his own way, was a UFO believer and sought to develop his own version of the UFO based on the Vedic texts to have a dramatic Wunderwaffe, a wonder weapon that would end the war.
Although the Nazis never developed this so-called wonder weapon, reports of strange flying machines in German airspace continued throughout the war. But just what was it that the Allied pilots were reporting?
In the 1940s, as waves of American bombers were literally obliterating German cities, Dresden, Hamburg, Berlin. In these raids, American fighter pilots saw these balls of light coming at their planes. They didn't know what they were. They thought they were German secret weapons at first. So they called them Foo Fighters. The word "feu" in French is fire, and these were balls of fire coming out. So instead of Foo Fighters, they were Foo Fighters.
They were seen in large numbers over Germany and over Western Europe, where they were described variously as structured craft or simply balls of light.
That was so important at the time that the military began to notice it and they began to investigate these things. There are hundreds of cases. None seemed to be very harmful to planes, but they were all over the place.
Curiously, when the Foo Fighters appeared, Allied aircraft would sometimes experience mechanical failure. And perhaps most mystifying of all was that some pilots reported flying right through the UFOs, as if they had no mass. It was never discovered what the Foo Fighters were or where they came from. But the theory that they were some sort of German secret weapon was widely accepted among Allied pilots at the time. But could the Third Reich have possessed technology more advanced than even our most modern aircraft? Some believe what the Nazis had developed was an advanced mechanism that scientists are still working on today: mercury-powered anti-gravity technology.
This involves Mercury being in a closed system, like a glass ball. Once that Mercury becomes spinning in a gyroscopic manner within a closed system, that creates a lift. Electrified lift, it's also a very bright light. And in fact, many UFOs are described as exactly that. Towards the end of World War II, the Germans started producing massive amounts of mercury. And in fact, a number of the U-boats that were later sunk, one was sunk near Singapore, another one in Norway, only a few years ago, they actually found it, and its entire cargo was mercury. What the few historians have actually written about Foo Fighters, and which is still apparently a secret today, is that they were a kind of mercury plasma ball, and the purpose of the Foo Fighters was to make a highly pulsed magnetic charge and field around the bombers, which would then cut out the engines and interfere with the electrical systems in the planes.
Could Foo Fighters really have been based on extraterrestrial technology? If so, where did the Germans get it? UFO theorists point to the discovery of a flying saucer that allegedly crashed in the Black Forest near Freiburg, Germany in 1936. Some believe German scientists repaired the craft to test its energy and propulsion systems, and through reverse engineering were able to replicate some of these so-called alien technologies.
Did the Nazis take this craft, and was there some sort of a pact that happened there? Did the Nazis, did they retrieve bodies? It's hard to pin down how much they had. Was there contact?
There's always been that theory that they had a captured craft and that they were reverse engineering it. It's very possible. They were truly way more advanced than any culture at the time. Thank God for the American know-how, because we were combating them with our own kind of knowledge and technology as well.
After World War II, there was an exercise mounted by the Americans called Operation Paperclip. The Allies had been confronted with all this amazing technology from Germany. The jet engines, airplanes, the rocket engine airplanes, all these amazing devices. To give you an example of some of the material that was collected by Operation Paperclip, right at the end of the war, von Braun and his team had begun designing multi-stage rockets capable of reaching the United States. They also had plans for a space station, a classic circular sci-fi space station, and on this they had a huge sunlight collector and mirror that was designed to focus sunlight down on the Earth as a kind of death ray. There were all these wild ideas coming out of that team that turned it into a very valuable coup for the United States. Ultimately, it was von Braun who built the Saturn V rocket that took people to the moon.
The story of the World War II Foo Fighters, much like that of the Battle of Los Angeles, has been largely forgotten or dismissed by traditional historians. But an event that happened just 2 years after the war had even the skeptics wondering, what if aliens really did exist? And could one of their craft have crashed to Earth?
Skincare can start in the laundry room. That's why I always recommend All Free Clear for sensitive skin. It's free of dyes and perfume.
It's a key part of my self-care routine, and it's gentle for my skin and herbs too.
For an effective clean that's gentle on skin, all you need is All Free Clear.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Mainstream archaeologists have long rejected the notion that extraterrestrial beings had a hand in creating the pyramids of Egypt. But on July 8, 1947, a UFO sighting was reported that even the United States government had trouble denying. Why? Because this time, the report was issued by the U.S. Army.
I'm walking on the Plaster Ranch between Corona and Roswell, New Mexico, not far from what is called the debris field right over that hill. And that debris field refers to headlines back in July of 1947 about a disc, one of those mysterious UFOs, actually crashing right out here.
One night in early July 1947, a major thunderstorm rolled across New Mexico. The next morning, rancher Mac Brazel went out to check on the damage.
Mac Brazel went out to make sure everything was where it was supposed to be, and he came across this really extensive area of debris, stuff he had never seen before. He brought it to the local sheriff's office. In 1947, Roswell was home to Roswell Army Airfield. The sheriff called the base. The base sent Major Jess Marcel, and at that point, it basically became a military site as they gathered up every bit of debris they could find.
In their initial report, Army officials made a vague claim of having started the recovery of the debris sometime last week. But why didn't the Army report their findings right away? And why were they so ambiguous about the timeline?
One of the biggest things we have is the newspaper of July 8, 1947, where Colonel Blanchard issued an order to Lieutenant Walter Haught, who was the public information officer, saying basically we have in our possession a flying saucer that's being taken to Fort Worth to higher headquarters.
Roswell was a real turning point for ufology. I think that was because the military for the first time admitted that they had a crash disk. And because it was admitted at the time, of course, it caused a sensation.
Then July 9th, General Ramey issued a press release saying, no, it was a weather balloon. And that started the best documented UFO cover-up ever.
Army officials referred to the debris as being part of a flying disc. Internal memos even referenced the crash site as having victims. So why, less than 24 hours later, did they suddenly decide that what they had retrieved was nothing more than a weather balloon? Although Blanchard and Ramey stuck by the revised story, Lieutenant Haught stood by the contents of his initial report his entire life. And those who believe him think modern technology may have recently provided the irrefutable evidence they have been looking for.
When Major Marcel took the debris to Fort Worth and General Ramey spread it out to give his press conference that it was a weather balloon, there was a picture taken, and in his hand is a piece of paper. It's a very little piece of paper. I mean, and this has been blown up, and it is a memo. There's a leading researcher in the field who is pulling the words out of this. And they include things like team at Fort Worth, forwarded victims of the wreck, Pod or Pam. And so every year that the technology improves, General Ramey may be the one to solve it.
Bob Wood, a researcher in UFOs, had received leaked documents in 1996 and shared them with me and a few others. This document, called the Interplanetary Phenomena Unit, with a War Department stamp dated July 22nd, 1947. The most disturbing aspect of this investigation was that there were other bodies found not far from Landing Zone 1, the Mac Brazel site between Corona and Roswell, that looked as if they had been dissected as you would a frog. It does not define were those bodies human, were those bodies non-human. But suddenly, for me, this electric jolt that came into holding that document and reading at the end of the 90s what would explain finally that our government knew that extraterrestrial biological entities from somewhere else in the cosmos was interacting with our planet for a very long time.
5 years after Roswell, the United States Air Force coined the term unidentified flying object, or UFO. In the decades since, thousands of UFOs have been reported, photographed, and videotaped all over the world.
Oh my God. Perhaps one of the biggest, most revolutionary pieces of technology to change our view of UFOs and flying saucers is the video cam.
Whoa, I'm getting a series of lights right there.
I got it. You only have to look at what happened in Phoenix, Arizona in March of 1997 when these huge flying boomerangs went right across Phoenix, right through the whole valley, heading south to the Mexico border. These were all caught on cameras. Network news caught these. Local news caught these. You saw these on CNN. You saw these on Larry King.
Oh, there it is, over the left.
And yes, people called them flares. Of course they did. But the fact is, when you see something with your own eyes,
Look, dude, Pat, you got it?
even if it's on a video camera, suddenly your perspective changes.
And that middle one is moving quick. It's only the beginning, you guys.
So now, according to recent polls, Gallup polls and Roper polls, well over 50% of Americans believe that flying saucers exist. And close to 50% believe that the government knows that flying saucers exist and that the government is hiding that fact.
But why so many UFO sightings after Roswell? Is it a coincidence? Or is the world's growing belief in aliens providing cover for those who might previously have been too afraid of ridicule to come forward? Perhaps there is another reason. Perhaps there are more sightings because there is a genuine increase in alien visitations ever since the dawn of the space age.
There has been plenty of stories of UFOs and aliens prior to that, a lot of sightings. They weren't as widely reported, somewhat also because World War II had been going on prior to that. But because now we have a crash and there was more room in the newspaper, so to speak, I think that really helped the subject take off.
If, as some suggest, aliens from other worlds truly are among us and have done their best to keep themselves hidden for thousands of years, will they ever reveal their presence? More importantly, what happens if they do? And what if it is already happening?
You don't have to settle for just one delicious dish at Olive Garden, because for a limited time, buy one, take one is here, starting at just $14.99. So hurry in and enjoy a favorite like our creamy fettuccine Alfredo or our crispy chicken parmigiana today. Then take another home for tomorrow on us. That's twice the go-tos you crave, and twice the time with the people you call family. Buy one, take one, starting at $14.99, only at Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family.
Skincare can start in the laundry room. That's why I always recommend All Free Clear for sensitive skin. It's free of dyes and perfumes.
It's a key part of my self-care routine, and it's gentle for my skin and hers too.
For an effective clean that's gentle on skin, all you need is All Free Clear.
In March 2010, a mysterious pulsating light floated over Cleveland, Ohio for 11 consecutive nights.
We're having a sighting right now over the lake. I'm going to say 270 degrees south. There are two objects. One is coming up from the left. These are extremely close to each other. There's absolutely no way these are planes. Right now, what's happening is the initial object that came out, it's sitting there, it's hovering, it's getting extremely bright, it's illuminating different colors, and this second object appeared from, I'm going to say, the top left of it, and now it looks like it's moving around it. Wow, they completely just switched spots. Oh my god, this is beautiful. It knows we're watching, it knows we're watching.
The Cleveland sighting is one of thousands reported each year, and while many are proved to be false alarms, others are not so easily discredited.
Right below it. Bright white flash.
In 1991, Britain's Ministry of Defense assigned author and journalist Nick Pope to track the hundreds of sightings reported over England, Scotland, and Wales every year.
The Ministry of Defence has been looking at the UFO issue since the 1950s, and the whole reason for looking at these UFO sightings is not necessarily because the department corporately believes in extraterrestrial visitation. It's more to do with keeping a watchful eye on any unusual activity in British airspace. Clearly, if there's something there that's a little bit out of the ordinary, we want to know about it. My beliefs when I was given this job were, I think, what on earth have I let myself in for here? I had no particular knowledge or interest in the UFO phenomenon, certainly no belief in anything unusual. But the more I looked back through the archive of old files, and the more I began to investigate the ones that were being reported to me on a daily basis, I began to change my mind and realised that some of these UFO sightings couldn't be explained in conventional terms.
It's definitely moving.
Many of the most intriguing cases Pope researched involved eyewitness reports from pilots, police, and military officers, while others featured classified radar, video, or photographic evidence.
One case that was a particular turning point for me was the so-called Cosford incident. Now, Cosford is a military base in the United Kingdom, and on the particular night in question, which was 30th of March 1993, there was a wave of sightings over a period of about 6 hours, and there were many police and military witnesses, and 2 Air Force bases, Cosford and Shawbury, were directly overflown by a vast triangular-shaped craft. Now, the meteorological officer at one of these bases described this to me as the size of a jumbo jet, hovering or moving very, very slowly, and then accelerating away to the horizon at incredible speed. He said many times faster than a military jet. And this was a man with 8 years' experience in the Air Force.
This sighting was thoroughly investigated, not only by private UFO investigators, but also by the British government, who were unable to explain all of the sightings reported during this incident.
Another intriguing British UFO sighting took place in December 1980. U.S. Air Force personnel stationed in Suffolk, England, reported seeing a brilliantly illuminated spaceship that landed in Rendlesham Forest on 2 consecutive nights.
What made this case particularly unusual is that this was not vague lights in the sky. This was a landed metallic craft that some of the witnesses claimed they got so close to they could actually touch the side of it. One witness saw strange symbols on the hull, which he likened to Egyptian hieroglyphs. He made a sketch of this in his police notebook and took some photos, though he was subsequently told they didn't come out. The Ministry of Defence looked at this, and the Defence Intelligence staff assessed radiation readings that had been taken at the landing site as being significantly higher than background. And that's a direct quote from the government's own assessment.
The British government generated a massive file of information about this site and reports. But at this date, it's very unlikely that the actual truth about this sighting will ever be known.
But in spite of the compelling eyewitness testimony, the Ministry of Defense soon declared the case closed. 22 years later, when the government declassified files on the Rendlesham incident, the evidence was inconclusive. But what stood out was the credibility of the main witnesses, who were trained military personnel.
Obviously, as a UFO hunter, I've met a lot of people who've encountered UFOs. Just flying on a plane, for example. You're on a plane, and suddenly the pilot comes out of the cockpit, and this has happened on 5 separate occasions. And he'll say to me, I saw a UFO over Phoenix. I saw a UFO over Texas. Half my crew saw a UFO. And you'll say to the pilot, well, do you report it? And they say, when the flight controller says at the airport, do you want to report a UFO sighting? And then bursts out laughing. What you say is no. There are UFO sightings every single day. Real people with real sightings, real UFOs. It is very prevalent as more and more people talk about it. Something is going on.
In terms of the government response to all this, certainly in Britain, the Ministry of Defence policy for many years has been to try and downplay this subject, not really in any great sinister attempt to cover up the truth about UFOs, whatever that might be, but more out of embarrassment. There are things in our airspace, we don't know what they are, and that's not a good place for the government and the military to be.
On December 1st, 2009, the British Ministry of Defence quietly terminated its UFO project, citing that there had been no credible evidence that UFOs posed a potential threat to the United Kingdom.
There are a number of aspects of this decision that were particularly controversial. Firstly, UFO sightings are at a 10-year high in the United Kingdom, so it seemed the most inopportune moment to pull the plug on 50 years of research and investigation into the UFO mystery. The other point that made this particularly controversial was the way in which the decision was announced. There was no proactive statement issued on this. It simply said the department will not respond to any inquiries on this subject and will no longer investigate sightings.
One hurdle confronting those in favor of fully disclosing classified information related to UFOs is the fact that most mainstream scientists believe that the study of alien phenomena is little more than just fringe science. It is this fear of dismissal or ridicule that keeps many scientists hidden in the shadows.
Our best scientists who communicate with one another around the world have rules of protocol, which include they cannot appear to be religious. They cannot believe in flying saucers, and they certainly shouldn't hang around with anybody who believes in flying saucers.
But it's all done, you might say, behind closed doors because nobody really wants to draw attention to it. You know, that they understand, you know, that there's a penalty associated with this kind of research, and so consequently, it's done invisibly.
being blockaded and stopped by worries about peer reviews and so forth, to me is wrong. We can speculate whether there is life outside this planet. We can speculate whether there's been a contact with other civilization. Why not?
But as more scientists openly embrace the probability that there is intelligent life existing elsewhere in the universe, will the belief that alien beings are visiting us also become more accepted?
Archaeology has only discovered 10% of past civilizations.
I can't imagine what else we will discover.
The theories for researchers, their genes don't match up with anything else that we have on Earth.
Who asked big questions? There was no written language. How was this planned? As a brand, you always. This is a revolutionary discovery. Ancient aliens.
What might be the reaction today if extraterrestrials were to actually arrive on Earth and make themselves known to us? Countless science fiction books and films tend to portray aliens coming either to warn us or destroy us.
Since the 1960s, people have been thinking about, well, what do we do? Do we have a day the Earth stood still scenario? If aliens come, do they warn us that our planet's facing disaster? Do they attack us the way the Martians did in War of the Worlds? Well, the answer is more complicated than it seems. It's not just somebody landing and saying, take me to your leader.
The general consensus today is that if extraterrestrials were to show up tomorrow, they'd be hostile and they would want to enslave us and battle us and destroy us and all this crazy stuff. In my opinion, that won't be the case, because any civilization that's mastered to travel interstellar space would be benevolent to a lesser advanced society, technologically speaking.
Simple statistic shows that if we make contact with extraterrestrial civilization, we are the new kids on the block. We're the ones who are at the back of the queue when it comes to intelligence. So they'll be teaching us stuff. We won't have a great deal to teach them.
There are a wide range of benefits that can be derived from accepting that we have neighbors in the galaxy that are visiting us. There are reports of medical treatments that have been performed for the benefit of several people who've had contact. There are advanced energy technologies. Reports are that some of these have been reverse engineered already and are used in military craft. There are communications technologies. So really, any area of life that we have could be beneficially impacted by acknowledging that there are these other people out there, that they have information, knowledge that they can share with us that would benefit us.
It's going to depend how the discovery comes about. If in fact it's a distant radio broadcast, we might expect one thing. If in fact there's some type of visitation that fits in with beliefs about UFOs, that might be something else. But on the whole, I think people are much more prepared for, shall we say, contact.
Many who believe contact with extraterrestrials is inevitable suggest governments need to prepare themselves. It's a field of study known as exopolitics.
Exopolitics poses the question, what should our response be to that situation at a societal level? Not necessarily at a governmental level, but actually individuals. How can we reach out to the hand of friendship?
Exopolitics has really been a grassroots movement of people concerned about this issue and we want disclosure on the UFO subject, and also want to help organize people locally to get the information out to their governments and make this big change happen.
But if we reach out in friendship, what guarantee do we have that it will be returned in kind? Many scientists, including famed theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking, believe alien beings could pose a threat and suggest we do everything possible to prevent contact.
If extraterrestrials or aliens were warlike and they came here? Is it a case where resistance is futile? How do you wipe out life on planet Earth? That's easy. A plague. Simple. No UFOs, no zorching beams from the sky, no explosions, no Empire State Building collapsing, none of that. We can do that. Why can't aliens do that?
To think that we would be able to come up with some type of a defense mechanism or have defenses against interstellar traveling society is ludicrous. Whether they came as friend or foe, if extraterrestrials did land somewhere in the United States, it's possible the aliens would be greeted by government or military personnel wearing hazmat suits and testing for harmful pathogens and radiation. Many conspiracy theorists suspect the government's next step would be to cover up the visitation. They cite as evidence a reputed sighting that took place over Washington, D.C. in 1952.
In full view of the entire world, a squadron or formation of UFOs buzzed Washington and fought our own F-93 jet fighters. General Sam willingly and deliberately, maybe on instructions from Harry Truman, who was president, lied to the American people.
We have received and analyzed between 1 and 2,000 reports. Of this great mass of reports, we have been able adequately to explain the great bulk of it.
His own Captain Ruppelt, in his own book on flying saucers, says Sanford was lying. We have the letter from the Air Force to Dean Condon saying Deep Six UFOs. So, have UFOs come to planet Earth in full view? Have manifested themselves? Have shown themselves? Yes. Did we see it? Yes. Was there a protocol for handling it? Yes. That protocol was called deny.
But if an alien visitation proved undeniable, who might be chosen to then speak to those inside the spacecraft? Who could best represent all the nations and interests of Earth?
If aliens do land on Earth, I think we should send our best world leaders who are the most open-minded and reasonable, but who also have the ability to defend themselves against those aliens.
My opinion, that's one of the reasons we have a United Nations. Yes, it prevents wars and delivers food. But on the other hand, just imagine the Security Council itself convening to deal with aliens, an image on a big screen at the United Nations. The answer is, I think it all happened back in the 1940s, and that was one of the reasons that Roosevelt and Eleanor Roosevelt pushed so hard for the formation of a United Nations to replace the League of Nations. Somebody had to confront the aliens.
The notion that our leaders, elected or otherwise, should speak on our behalf, I don't necessarily think that makes sense. There are a lot of people who might have better ideas than the people who are in government. I'd like to see a profoundly democratic, with a small d, unauthoritarian interaction with aliens.
Currently, there are no known official protocols in place for an alien visitation. But there are those who think that contact with extraterrestrials is imminent, and that our world leaders must plan for the event now.
We're not alone in the universe. We have friends and relatives out there in the galaxies. And we need to take on this task, one way or the other, of just getting the job done and getting to the point where we're considering the practical details of interacting with these friends and neighbors out there.
Who is responsible for that relationship? Well, the State Department isn't, the United Nations isn't, and I think this is a very big problem. So there needs to be a diplomatic effort to make contact with these interstellar civilizations in such a way that it puts wiser people in charge of that.
Even if you don't corporately believe in extraterrestrials, if you think the possibility of alien visitation is vanishingly small, the consequences, if it does happen, are immense, and therefore it's prudent to have something in place to deal with it.
Personally, I think it would be very, very exciting. I mean, it would be just like the first time, the explorers came from Europe to the Americas and discovered a whole new culture, and they had to interact. Hopefully, it won't work out as some of the bad things that occurred then. It would be a more positive experience, and maybe we've learned from that and we can go forward.
What would happen after any potential extraterrestrial contact is open to much speculation. But most people concede one thing. The world as we know it would change dramatically.
The result would be that the fundamentalist orthodox belief systems of every organized religion on earth would collapse, meaning that it would really bring into question the origins of the human race, the Genesis stories, and a whole lot of other issues.
The very structures of government and the very structures of religion will crumble.
But in 2008, a stunning announcement was made from a very surprising source. Proof to some that miracles, like aliens, do indeed exist.
Swordscott has 125 years of professional hair expertise. That's why I trust them to create the perfect blonde. To help you tell your story and feel more like you. Swordscott, what story will you tell?
The Vatican, Rome. This walled enclave has been the center of power for the Catholic Church since the 5th century. It's not only the Pope's residence, but a place of homage for 1 billion Catholics, and represents nearly 2,000 years of Christian teaching and tradition. But in 2008, the Vatican made an announcement that some say might threaten its own existence. The chief astronomer of the Vatican Observatory, Father Gabriel Funes, acknowledged the possibility alien life exists on other planets.
They basically said that belief in planetary life outside of Earth does not negate one's belief in God. Now, 500 years ago, if the Vatican would have said that, they would have burned everybody on the stake.
The present Pope Benedict, of course, has a very scientific bent, and he respects intellectual life in a way that is quite extraordinary. So he seemed quite open to entertain the idea. What if there was life on other planets? It's certainly an interesting question for a Christian to approach it scientifically and challenges your belief of how much of this you attribute to God.
Many wondered about the Church's motives and timing. Why, After centuries of belief in man as God's supreme creation and the only intelligent life in the universe, did the Vatican make an announcement that could turn Christianity on its head? Did they know something the rest of us did not?
This is something that is completely new in the history of the church, that the extraterrestrial question is not only addressed, but at the same time, it's okay. I mean, that is a major change in opinion, a major change in the status quo. And I ask, why? Would it have huge ramifications? Of course. Does it change anything? Of course. But at the same time, would that change religion or belief in God? Not really.
Some people say, well, the Catholic Church must know something. Maybe they're trying to get ahead of the game here. On the other hand, it may just be that they're being very clever and simply trying to cover all the bases in case there is some great announcement or discovery about alien life. Because make no mistake about it, if it is announced that alien life has been discovered, people are going to look to their religious leaders for some sort of guidance about this, whether it's Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus.
If extraterrestrial life was found, then the church would react presumably as it does with any data, see what there is. I don't think there would be any conflict in the way that we look on our humanity. What we would find is that God creates intelligent life in a variety of ways. And I think what we would learn from that is we can't restrict God to any one mode of making intelligent life. The idea that intelligent life exists elsewhere in the universe has been debated by religious leaders, historians, and scientists. But not everyone agrees how its proof would affect human spirituality or the many religious institutions.
What would happen to our interpretation of the book of Genesis? Well, the book of Genesis looks at the universe from the point of view of Earth. We look at the sun, we look at the moon, we look at the stars. So to realize that the Earth is just one small pale blue dot in this immense universe, I think it would only expand our interpretation of Genesis. I don't think it would change it in any fundamental way.
It's an interesting question for Christianity in general, since Christianity would teach that the salvation comes through Jesus, who is currently an earthling. What do you do if there are people on Mars? Are they saved, according to our viewpoint? I don't know.
Christians have always had this problem, that if there are aliens out there, are they not to be saved? It's not a problem for Jews, it's certainly not a problem for Buddhists or Hindus. But Christians are in a particular fix for a very simple reason, that Christianity alone among the world's religions has an incarnation. And what they mean by that is that God became incarnate in the form of Jesus Christ in order to be the Saviour. When you talk to Christians, they sort of say, oh, well, there isn't a problem really, because, we've accommodated Galileo, we've accommodated Darwin, why can't we accommodate E.T.? Well, I think there's a big difference.
I think science and religion have more in common than perhaps the popular perception suggests. On one hand, we have science, which deals with reason and fact. On the other hand, we have religion, which deals with faith. Science is an evolving proposition, and what we know today will almost certainly be reformed and maybe even replaced at some point in the future. So to think that science somehow provides the truth, in contrast to religion, I think is a mistake.
While scientists and religious leaders may still ponder the notion of aliens visiting Earth, Ancient astronaut theorists claim that the evidence exists in plain sight around the world. But if this theory was accepted, would we have to change our beliefs about our knowledge, our history, and the very beginnings of human civilization?
Schwarzkopf has over 25 years of professional expertise. That's why I trust them to create the perfect blog to help you tell your story and feel more like you. Schwarzkopf, what story will you tell?
For thousands of years, humans have recorded events that seem to suggest otherworldly beings came down from the skies to visit Earth. These ancient visitations represent the foundations of those who believe Earth was visited in the past by advanced beings from other planets. These sightings are also said to explain many mysteries surrounding our past.
The most important was religion. The gods have descended to our ancestor time. Now it enters into the holy books, into mythology. Now later, reasonable people try to understand this. They make out religions of it. But the core is extraterrestrials have come here. That was the beginning of all the big religions.
There are two main components why we are who we are today as a species. One, someone tampered with our genetic makeup. And two, technology. Because all of a sudden, we were doing and building things that we would still have difficulties recreating today. And the ancient texts are very clear that many of our achievements in the past happened due to a direct intervention of extraterrestrials that arrived from the skies. Ancient astronaut theorists also cite as evidence the amazing similarities between isolated cultures all over the planet. Why did different civilizations build immense megalithic structures to honor otherworldly beings? Why do so many ancient texts seem to reference men flying in the sky? And why do the ancient Egyptians, Hopi Indians, and the Dogon tribe of North Africa all believe their ancestors came from what we know as the constellation Sirius? If the extraterrestrials wanted to leave behind a message of where they came from, then it would serve them very well to build those structures with a reference
to their location of origin. So, if we have connections to the Sirius star system, well, it would lend us to believe that here we have a reference of where they might come from. The question of extraterrestrial life is as old as civilization itself. Ancient astronaut theorists, as well as many noted scientists, point to the immense size of the universe and conceive that other beings must exist somewhere else besides Earth. But the question remains, did aliens visit us in the past? And is it happening again?
The way we look at history is very fragile. Any discovery which is made somewhere can change the way we look upon history. I think if we were to identify that an alien presence has been here on Earth in the past, I think there are two very important questions. Did ET just come by and visit and then disappear? Or did ET come, stay, and contribute to civilization? I think the second one is far more important because it shows us far more. It actually rewrites mankind's identity rather than just whether or not some extraterrestrial being came here on a holiday and then left without really leaving something behind.
In all of the ancient texts, there's one thing that is very clear, and that is that these gods one day will return. But short of an alien spacecraft landing on the White House lawn, ancient astronaut theorists know there will always be skeptics.
People are always looking for an ultimate proof of the existence of extraterrestrial intelligent beings. But I think a more useful and honest question is, how much and what kind of evidence would be enough for you to believe that they're out there, that they've been visiting us?
I believe through the experiences that shamans have been documenting and reporting for tens of thousands of years that we are in contact with entities and beings that are not of this earth. But precisely what those entities and beings are remains to be established.
There is evidence that indicates that it's possible that humans were visited by extraterrestrials in the distant past. And if we are too quick to discard that possibility, then we might be shutting ourselves out from something that might be really fascinating and might take us to a next level that we can't even imagine.
It's very possible that those extraterrestrials who allegedly have been coming here for thousands of years, I mean, they are us. They look like us. And in fact, that's part again of the Bible, in that the God or the gods created us in their image. And we are to be like them. We are to look like them. We are to have the technology they have. We're to go into space, just like they did.
I think there is life, simple life, bacterial life, microbial life on other planets. I think we're going to find that. And who knows, maybe one day we'll find some other planet that's capable of sustaining life, that has evolved people over a long period of time that are also looking up at the stars, wondering, is there anybody else out there? Are we the only ones?
We are a species of explorers. So ultimately, we will come across some other type of intelligence. And when that happens, if that society, technologically speaking, is primitive, we'll become ancient astronauts with that culture.
Human history has become too much a matter of dogma, taught by professionals in ivory towers, as though it's all facts. Actually, much of human history is up for grabs. The further back you go, the more that the history that's taught in the schools and universities begins to look like some kind of fairy story.
We have logic, we have intuition, we have our senses. And to limit ourselves through the scientific route is a mistake. We can send people on the moon, we can plan journeys to Mars, We can make cell phones, but we haven't explained the fundamental questions that we should be dealing with. Where do we come from? What are we supposed to do here? And where are we going? We really have not come with the answers, and we know no better than the ancients that we're trying to explain.
Exploring the ancient astronaut theory is the ultimate quest to find out where did we come from, how did it all begin, and most importantly, who are we? And the ancient astronaut theory has the capability of answering all those questions. It's the Valley of Death. Suicide Forest. The Mountain of the Dead. For thousands of years, there have been places on Earth believed to be cursed and evil, and those who chose to ignore the warnings are said to have mysteriously disappeared or died horrible deaths. The locals are very reluctant to speak about what's going on. They don't want people to go over there.
There is an area that some people believe possesses some form of negative energy, almost as if there's a curse.
But what is it about these various sites throughout the world that makes them so perilous that only a brave few have ever been there, and fewer still have lived to tell the tale of what they've seen? This is a warning to people. Don't go to the place where these extraterrestrials come and inhabit, because they will destroy you. Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And are they responsible for creating some of the world's most evil places? Yamanashi Prefecture, Japan. Here, 60 miles southwest of Tokyo, at the base of Mount Fuji, lies the Okigahara Forest. Each year, nearly 100 Japanese citizens come to these lush woods, not to hike or explore, but to commit suicide.
Just about anywhere you are in the middle of Japan, you always see Mount Fuji. It's always in the distance. So even when you're approaching the region, when you're getting there by train or by car, it has this kind of ominous feeling. Then, when you finally enter the forest at the base of the mountain, it's super silent. It's really quiet. It's so spooky.
Known to locals as the Suicide Forest, officials have long ago posted signs warning those who enter to turn back and seek help.
There's a car that's been abandoned for a few months. I'm assuming the owner of the car went in from here and never came out. I guess they went into the forest with troubled thoughts.
The Japanese have a very close-knit relationship with nature. I think a lot of people go in and they're undecided, and they have the ribbon so that they can find their way back. There's something about it that's so appealing, and visually it's such a strong thing. But then you always know that at the end of that, there's somebody's back, or there's somebody's tent, or there's somebody who spent a lot of time trying to figure out what to do with their lives. They do an annual sweep, and they usually find between 70, 150 bodies. They find a lot of bodies, and its number has been increasing over the years.
Geologist and environmental researcher Azusa Hayano has been studying this phenomenon for the past 20 years.
Locals don't come here to commit suicide. As children, they're told not to come near here. They're told it's a scary forest. Yes, we did find a skeleton today. I think it's about a year or two old. It makes me feel sorry for them, seeing how humans decompose. I think it's impossible to die heroically by committing suicide. The overwhelming majority of suicides are by hanging. Some people who decide to kill themselves come here fast and hang a rope from a tree and commit suicide quickly. This is a farewell note written on May 18th, about a year before. His name is also written here. He wrote, "I came here because there is nothing except bad things in my life until now. Please do not search for me." 12:45 p.m. He came in the afternoon. Leaving a name is a little bit creepy. But the dead body should be around here if the suicide was only last year.
We actually spent 2 days there walking through the forest. And we did find everything from places where people had obviously attempted to commit suicide or had thought about committing suicide.
We accidentally found this, but it's not a prank. They nailed this character upside down as a symbol of contempt for society. No, it's more like a curse. The curse is nailed in. I think this person was tortured by society. There is no question that according to tradition, there are places that over time have become evil, that there is some type of a mystique going on there that is not good nature, but rather evil.
According to local legends, people wishing to end their lives have been drawn to Aokigahara Forest for hundreds, if not thousands of years. But why? What is it about this particular region of Japan that could account for this strange, morbid behavior?
Der Fuji trägt seinen Namen nicht von ungefähr. Mount Fuji is so named for a reason. It is the holy mountain of the goddess Fuji, who once came to the Ainu, the original inhabitants of Japan. She visited them and brought knowledge, so it's a place of deep reverence.
Mount Fuji in Japan is called a world navel. It is one of the many places on planet Earth where, according to legend, the Earth meets the sky. And where the Earth meets the sky is known as a heaven's gate. It is a place where human beings pass from Earth to the heavens, and a place where otherworldly entities, extraterrestrials, pass from the heavens to Earth. People go to Mount Fuji for the express purpose of committing suicide, to release themselves from this life, to pass through the axis mundi, the world navel, into the next life, into a higher plane. And that would explain the high level of suicides at Mount Fuji.
Like the Bermuda Triangle off the coast of North America, Aokigahara Forest is also said to contain high levels of electromagnetic energy. If so, might numerous recent sightings of UFOs near Mount Fuji be an indication that some sort of dimensional time-space portal might exist here, as ancient astronaut theorists believe?
In many areas where dimensional portals may exist, we see magnetic anomalies. In various places around the world, in ancient sacred places, they always show certain types of magnetic anomalies, either negative or positive.
What we have are mountains where somehow the energy seems to be of such a nature that it transforms human consciousness and makes it really impossible for us to live there. These are power places where weird things happen. And the suicides are not necessarily related to the fact that ancient aliens are potentially there in the past or that modern UFO phenomena are happening there in the present. But it goes to show that these are powerful places where weird things happen and where things out of the ordinary happen in the past and are happening today.
Could there really be a portal or stargate through which the souls of the deceased can journey to a new dimension? And might this explain why people seeking death have been drawn to this forest for so many years? Some researchers and ancient astronaut theorists believe such an outrageous idea is entirely possible. But further evidence also suggests that some humans are not so willing to give up their lives without a fight, and that their journey to an alien dimension may not be a positive one after all.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles, pickle glazed wings, and pickle lemonade? Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeyes.
Half of all children in the U.S. rely on Medicaid for health care. But cuts to Medicaid would threaten access to care for all children. Tell Congress to protect Medicaid for America's children.
February 1959. A group of 9 mountaineers embark on a winter trek into Russia's Ural Mountains. Their destination, a mountain called Otorten, which in the local Mansi language means, do not go there.
Among them were 3 experienced engineers, the rest were students. They were all young. I think the oldest was like 37 years old. They had conducted other hard treks to the area. They were all experienced, strong-willed, determined people.
On their 4th night out, bad weather forces the hikers to camp atop an area called Kolat Siakal, which in Mansi translates to the mountain of the dead.
It was a very inhospitable, very strange, very, very hard place to be. Snow, cold, freezing winds, and very few living things around. They decided that they would spend the night of February 1st in an open area, not too far away from the top of the mountain. They didn't want to go back to the forest 1.5 kilometers because it would take them too much time and they would lose the day.
10 days later, when the 9 adventurers failed to show up at their destination, military rescue teams search the area. They find the hikers' camp abandoned and a tent that is badly damaged. The investigators determine that the tent has been cut and ripped open from the inside. And the hikers appear to have fled the area in only socks or bare feet.
This tent had been cut with knives from the interior. It was absolutely obvious that neither animals nor people had approached the tent to break in, meaning that nothing from this earth had approached them.
Something was pushing them to run away without taking any clothing with them, without taking any supplies. They were behaving like they were in a daze, confused.
The investigators follow the trail to the edge of the forest. But what they eventually find is beyond belief.
All 9 hikers died. They were discovered by Soviet troops in various stages of what can only be described as being mutilated. Their bodies were burned, some suffered radiation poisoning. In one case, a hiker's tongue was missing. They were prematurely aged, their skin was orange, their hair had turned gray. What could have explained this?
3 of them had injuries that could be sustained when somebody is hit by a speeding car. Except the injuries were inside. Their ribs were crushed like eggshells. Some of them entered their hearts, but there was no effect on their skin. It was like a force was directed at all of them.
An unknown force had hit the hikers, and it was very selective in hitting only the hikers, leaving untouched the snow, the trees, and everything else around.
The official explanation was that the 9 died from hypothermia, but the chief investigator refused to sign off on the report and instead resigned from the inquiry.
When the investigation was taking place by the local officials, one of the people in charge was removed quite quickly from the very investigation because he was very thorough and local officials didn't want this to come out.
The authorities did their best to cover the whole thing up. It was practically forbidden to mention it.
At the end, the bodies were buried in zinc coffins, I believe, so nobody would see. But there was enough of the investigation. Enough people had seen what had been going on and were amazed at what they found, including the coloration of the corpses when they were found and other things, that news broke out. And this is one of the most mysterious murder cases in the former Soviet Union. I am convinced it was a murder, but they were not killed by anything we know. They were killed by an unknown force.
Years later, members of the search party spoke out. According to their testimony, at the time of the incident, strange orange spheres or orbs were seen floating in the sky.
These observations are from local people who saw some unidentified flying objects during the night of the hikers' deaths. I think there is a clear connection.
The orbs themselves could have been a life form. The orbs themselves could have been extraterrestrial probes.
Based on my research of different parts of Russia in history, fiery spheres have been ever present, including desolate areas like this. Locals know they exist. It's like a part of life. They don't put too much attention to them, and they hope and pray that the fiery spheres don't bother them. Because throughout the ages, most of the encounters were peaceful everywhere. But once in a while, like here, something goes very bad.
What could have compelled 9 experienced mountaineers to flee their camp and run for their lives? And what strange forces could have caused such violence and death? Could the hikers have been attacked by something extraterrestrial, as ancient astronaut theorists believe?
During my research in my 30-plus years of investigating UFO sightings in particular, I've only come across several cases in which aliens have actually attacked people like wild animals. And some of these creatures' claws and teeth, and they would jump up people and scratch them and create claw marks in them. But most of the time, these encounters, the aliens or these creatures just want to get away from humans. There's no interaction whatsoever.
It could have been inadvertent. The orbs, in probing the area where the human beings were, created collateral damage. Maybe they didn't mean to harm human beings. Maybe it wasn't an attack as much as the power of these orbs, the energy was so intense that human beings were prematurely aged, irradiated, and suffered all kinds of lethal biological symptoms.
It's not a coincidence that UFOs were reported by these hikers in the old mountains and the place of the dead, the do not go there, or so on. Because I believe that many UFO sightings come in here from a parallel reality. They come through portals. And this area may be a hot portal.
According to ancient Mansi legend, the Mountain of the Dead, where the 9 hikers' mutilated bodies were found, was named after a similar incident in which 9 Mansi men were also found dead while seeking salvation from a flood during ancient times. But is it really possible that the Mansi and the doomed expedition were attacked and killed by otherworldly forces? Perhaps further evidence can be found deep underground, not in the Russian wilderness, but half a hemisphere away, on an Australian mountaintop. What is out there? What helped us get here? Is something guiding us to the future? Ancient aliens. We all know why we're here. What have you got? For years, they thought the truth.
A number of senators have confirmed that they have received classified briefings. It is the first real crack in the taboo.
How close are we to full disclosure?
It's clear what needs to be done.
The pursuit will uncover more than always are. Ancient aliens. The continent of Australia. 16 miles south of Cooktown, near the northeastern coastline, sits one of the world's most mysterious and menacing geologic features, Black Mountain. Standing nearly 1,400 feet high, the mountain consists of enormous black granite boulders piled precariously, one on top of the other. Called Kalkajaka, or Mountain of Death by the local Aborigines, Black Mountain, with its numerous dark passageways and caverns, is considered a cursed and evil place.
What the old people told us, when me and my brother Sam, when we were growing up, not to go into the mountains. We wanted to go and have a look into the mountains to see if there was a cave where you could walk in, but they said no, if you do go in, you won't come back.
Black Mountain,
Black Mountain is the most fearful place in the North Queensland area of Australia. The local residents fear to go there because many people have disappeared, as if the earth or the mountain itself swallowed them up.
The first documented disappearance involving European settlers occurred in 1877, when a rancher searching for a lost bull near the mountains was reported missing. Since then, there have been numerous stories of people, horses, and even herds of cattle disappearing into the labyrinth of rocks, never to be seen again. Local police and trackers looking for the missing have also vanished. And pilots flying over the mountain have reported strange occurrences.
Pilots flying over the Black Mountains have commented that there is unusual turbulence. Of course, they have magnetic problems and navigational problems. They've heard loud noises, cracking noises, explosive noises. They've heard sort of mournful moaning sounds. So this is a very strange area.
Some UFOologists in Australia say that this is the entrance to an underground empire, inhabited by an unearthly race of lizard creatures and evil monsters. The Aborigines don't call them aliens, they call them demons or spirits.
Tales of the rainbow serpent are among the most important of the Aboriginal lore in Australia. It can be a punisher of those who are out of line. It sometimes swallows people. It can bring chaos and destruction. So it's a very awesome force.
The rainbow serpent is a creator for us, and it was told by our old people that the rainbow serpent created everything for us. It's a giver of life for us. And this boulder rock here, Galgajaga, is very important because the rainbow serpent lives in the mountains here. The rainbow serpent, I believe if you disturb her or do something wrong that you're not supposed to do, I feel that's when she turns against you.
To ward off any evil forces from the mountain, the Aboriginal people perform a sacred warming and smoking ceremony.
The warming and smoking is for us to introduce people on our country. And it's also significant to let the spirit knows that we're bringing somebody to come and visit. So the rainbow serpent that lives here, he smells us and he knows the tribal people from here.
We went there to look for all the mysteries connected to this area. And because this was a very abnormal place where people are disappearing, we wanted to find an explanation. So we entered this mountain, and there was a labyrinth of holes. So we used rope in order not to lose our way. And when we came into the middle of the mountain, we could go up or down or to the sides. But each time our path was blocked with sand and rocks, and we could not continue. It's difficult to say if there are any chambers or vaults with any monsters, or a gateway into a different time.
Although mainstream scientists believe the strange disappearances at Black Mountain are most likely due to the area's unique and dangerous terrain, ancient astronaut theorists have another, more otherworldly explanation.
The moment I hear about giant snakes and serpents, my mind immediately goes to all the other cultures around the world that talk about similar imagery. In the Hindu world, for example, we have the stories about flying serpents, just like we have similar stories in South America with Kukulkan and Quetzalcoatl, this winged serpents flying around in the sky, which also were described as having been enormous in size.
So the rainbow serpent at Black Mountain, was that really a biological entity? Or was it some type of an extraterrestrial flying machine? A machine that when people came too close to it, they fell ill or died because of the fumes or radioactivity? Might the Australian rainbow serpent really have been some sort of an ancient alien spacecraft, guarding Black Mountain from intruders? If so, what might it have been protecting? In 1872, an expedition led by William Hahn discovered gold in the nearby Palmer River. Within 20 years, 55 tons of gold had been removed.
Gold was important to every society throughout centuries until today. Gold does not rust. Gold cannot be disturbed except you melt it, etc. Gold is very, very important. Gold shines wonderful. In antiquity, the extraterrestrials, the gods, they asked humans for gold. Humans had to produce in gold mines gold and make offerings to the god.
Is it possible that Black Mountain is not a natural geologic formation, but was constructed to hide debris from an ancient mining operation?
This could have been a place where thousands of years ago, ancient aliens might have landed, and the radiation deep inside the earth is so intense that people are dying from radiation poisoning. And that might well explain why Black Mountain in the outback in Australia is considered an evil place.
I really believe that it should be really left alone because they are real, they do exist, and I feel that it should be left alone.
If extraterrestrial visitors really did leave behind high concentrations of alien contaminants at Black Mountain, wouldn't there be other, presumably more conclusive examples? Perhaps there are, and one of them is believed to be located deep inside Siberia, in an area known as the Valley of Death.
When you wash with Snuggle, your loved ones will feel at home. On center stage, at the school dance, or away from home. Cuddly softness, long-lasting familiar freshness. That's the Snuggle promise. Snuggle, the comfort of home.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles, pickle glazed wings, and pickle lemonade? Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeye.
Yakutia, Russia. This vast region in north-central Siberia is one of the most remote
and least explored in the world. Here, deep within the dense forests and thick marshlands along the Vilyui River, is an area many refer to as the Valley of Death.
The Valley of Death in Siberia is a place where local people will not venture because they say no one comes out alive.
The locals are very reluctant to speak about what's going on, and they don't want people to go there.
It's an area of such quote-unquote evil that the people who live there, the Yakut tribe, describe it as a place that's almost uninhabitable.
In 1854, geographer and natural scientist Richard Karl Mach was appointed by the Russian Geographical Society to lead a scientific expedition into the dreaded Vilyui River Basin. In his journal, Mach wrote of several large and mysterious metallic objects that the local hunters referred to as cauldrons.
These pictures illustrate what people claimed the cauldrons had looked like. The first picture shows a cauldron upside down with an open entrance, where even a man on his reindeer can enter it. The second one shows another cauldron with some side supports.
The existence of the metal structures was confirmed on 3 separate occasions between 1933 and 1947 by Mikhail Koretsky of Vladivostok, who had traveled to the Valley of Death to pan for gold. He claimed to have seen 7 dome-shaped cauldrons, each measuring 20 to 30 feet in diameter, with odd and unnatural vegetation growing around them.
Some of the people later reported loss of hair, strange sickness affecting them, strange condition of the skin that would never go away.
But what could explain such a toxic reaction? And where might the dangerous cauldrons have come from? In search of answers, UFO researcher Ivan Mackerel and a team of scientists traveled to the Valley of Death to try and locate the strange metal objects.
I didn't know if it was just a legend or if it was real. So I wanted, first of all, to find this place and investigate it to make up my own opinion.
Using a motor-assisted parachute to search the expansive valley, the researchers eventually spotted an odd circular pattern in a marshland. When the team explored on foot, they found the ground under the strange marsh area to be very unusual.
It sounded metallic and hollow, so we thought that we found the sunken cauldrons. Then we found another place like it, and even a third that had higher magnetic variations. All seemed like evidence of cauldrons sunken into the earth.
But before they could explore the site any further, members of the exploration suddenly began to complain of strange, even bizarre symptoms, similar to those described in local legends.
I felt very dizzy all of a sudden, lost my balance, threw up, and had a fever, and I didn't know why. I could not walk. I was losing sight. I could not drink or swallow, and the pupils in my eyes were dilating fast. So I thought maybe I got some poisoning. When I came home, I had a thorough checkup, and the doctors couldn't find any reason for my illness.
Had the explorers actually found the location of the metal cauldrons? And what was the cause of Mackerel's strange and sudden symptoms? Could it have been from some sort of radiation deep beneath the ground? According to local Yakutia legends, the metal cauldrons were part of a powerful weapon left behind after a great battle between extraterrestrial beings.
According to old legends, there was an epic battle between the forest demons named Nurgan Butor and Tom Duray. During the battle, fireballs were shooting up from the earth. There was a horrible sound, and all the forest area was destroyed. Trees were upside down, and rocks smashed.
And when everything cleared out, the locals found a vertical structure that stayed there for a while until it sunk into the permafrost. The Valley of Death is said to contain strange objects embedded in the permafrost that are activated through the ages, through the centuries, and basically shoot out fiery objects that intercept incoming objects that are out to harm the planet.
The local people there say it is some kind of alien underground installation that comes active and will shoot comets or meteors or aerial craft that are in the area. And in fact, this may have been what caused the Tunguska explosion.
Approximately a century ago, relatively nearby the Valley of Death, we had a very enigmatic event happening, the so-called Tunguska explosion. An explosion of such extraordinary mass and extraordinary impact that it wiped out almost an entire area of Siberia.
There was some type of an explosion that happened in midair above the ground at Tunguska. So is it possible the weapon was deployed? Maybe? The only way that such a thing is in fact possible is if extraterrestrials had their hands in it. Our ancestors could never have built a defense system like that. So if such a defense system really existed, then it would have had to have been 100% extraterrestrial in origin.
This is such an extraordinary story that really we have to wonder whether it could potentially be real. If it is real, then we are really confronted with evidence that at some point in the past, something was going on this planet, which is really ancient aliens in its most physical form, with ancient remains which could still be seen there.
Might the so-called Valley of Death really be the site of an underground radioactive defense system, as ancient astronaut theorists believe? And might this help to explain the numerous accounts of sickness and death arising from that region of Siberia? Perhaps further evidence can be found deep underground, not in the Russian wilderness, but half a hemisphere away, in the New Mexico desert.
Popeyes has gone full pickles. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles. Pickle glazed wings and pickle lemonade? Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeye.
It starts with Schweid & Sons and becomes what you crave. From comfort classics to globally inspired flavors. For a meal so uniquely exceptional, it's cause for celebration. Schweid & Sons. Create what you crave.
The Valley of Death. Black Mountain. Suicide Forest. The Mountain of the Dead. Just what could be responsible for the strange and deadly occurrences at these and other so-called evil places?
There are some cursed places on this planet that are very strange. When you go there, things can happen to you. Maybe it was always that way, but there are just some areas there that you just don't feel right.
There's one specific case in France whereby a very powerful place, which is actually called perilous because it is a perilous place to go, and it was said that this was a place where God had been seen. So what we have here is something which happened for generations and really warned of the next generation not to go there.
There is an area that they talk about in Lebanon called Baalbek. It's reported to be a landing site for extraterrestrials. Some people also believe it possesses some form of negative energy, almost as if there's a curse. You can feel it. It looms over you if you're out there. There are some areas on this planet that seem to have an increase in radioactivity. What caused that? What happened? Was there an explosion? Was there something from outer space? Was there some kind of a craft that landed that creates radioactivity? Who knows? But these are areas that we human beings ought not go.
There seem to be certain areas around the world where there have been some kind of nuclear conflict, or radiation weapons used, or that are some kind of dumping ground for radioactive waste. You have places like Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan where certain skeletons are radioactive. You've got areas of southwest Egypt that are sheets of glass, as if from some nuclear explosion.
In ancient India, you have wars between gigantic tribes. Sometimes the gods, the so-called extraterrestrials, interfere. You can read definitely in the Mahabharata that gigantic armies are killed. You have some atomic bomb or something like atomic bomb, because it is described that the sun, when shining brighter than the normal sun, it was a gigantic lightning. Then they described in a circus of about 20 kilometers, everything was dead. And the ones who survived had all kind of new sicknesses which were never seen before, like the teeth falling out. Today we would call these kind of sickness radiation sickness.
In a number of occasions, you will probably find that an evil place is a very dangerous place because what is happening there might be the remnant of some kind of ancient technology which was in operation there. We know that, for example, in the mountains of Libya, there are actually places where uranium was mined 8,000 years ago. And in those places, clearly, it is an evil place. It should be avoided at all costs.
Might radioactivity or some other unknown type of energy left behind by extraterrestrial visitors really be the cause of Earth's existing evil places, as ancient astronaut theorists believe? Eddy County, New Mexico. The Waste Isolation Pilot Plant. Here, since 1999, the United States Department of Energy has been storing radioactive and nuclear waste inside a salt mine, more than 2,000 feet underground. Computer projections estimate that the walls and ceiling of this geologic lockbox will collapse and entomb the toxic refuse in about 1,000 years.
There have been all sorts of calculations about, oh, well, it can stay there forever. This sort of rock strata is quite safe, and it's geologically faultless and so forth. But over the kind of lifespan of these substances, the half-life of uranium is 4.5 billion years, and plutonium is 25,000 years. So in 50,000 years, still half of the plutonium will be there. And there's no way over that period of time that this stuff won't become a very, very serious hazard for the human race.
But what if a nuclear waste disposal site becomes compromised hundreds, if not thousands of years from now, and toxic radiation leaks into the surrounding environment, causing serious illness and even death? Might future generations of humans also consider these deadly sites to be cursed or evil as a result? Are the Earth's so-called evil places really evidence of extraterrestrial activity thousands of years ago? Could they be a type of intergalactic no trespassing sign intended to protect us, to frighten us, or to keep us from discovering the truth about our origins, or perhaps prepare us for our future?
Buddhism. Something's trying to get our attention, trying to tell us something.
The Hindu Trimurti.
We see it going back very, very far into the earliest aspects of human history.
And the Holy Trinity of Christianity.
The number represents a portal, a gateway into another realm.
Throughout human history, the number 3 has always had a unique significance. But why?
No matter what ancient culture you look at, the highest ones always came as 3s.
What is it about the number 3 that makes it play such a big role in religion, architecture, and even the occult? And could there be an extraterrestrial connection?
Once we understand this power of 3, we ourselves will become like our creators, the gods.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, might the secrets of the universe be revealed by examining the incredible power of 3? Newgrange, Ireland. The walls of this 5,000-year-old passage tomb are decorated with mysterious designs made up of 3 connected spirals. Yunnan Province, China. 3 1,100-year-old Buddhist temples, known as the 3 pagodas, form a triangle thought to protect the population from natural disasters. Ancient Greece. According to myth, the destiny of gods and men is controlled by all-powerful beings known as the 3 fates. Various cultures across the world have long shared a belief that the number 3 represents something sacred, mystical, even divine.
All human beings understand numbers. All of us live in a physical universe where things come in different numbers. So different cultures will highlight different numbers as particularly important, ritualize them, make them culturally important. We see widespread use of the number 3 in European traditions, but also we see it in selected traditions around the world too. These number traditions can become very, very powerful and connect cultures together.
The unique reverence for the number 3 dates back thousands of years and can still be found today in art, architecture, mythology, literature, science, and religion. But why? What is it about this number that has continued to hold such significance for mankind?
If you think of our lives, we have a past, a present, and a future. Our story falls neatly into 3. Throughout folklore and mythology, we find the number 3. Something about 3 is trying to get our attention, trying to tell us something.
The number 3 comes up many, many times in Judeo-Christian scriptures. Jonah is in the belly of the whale for 3 days. In Genesis, the waters are separated from the earth after 3 days. In the New Testament, Jesus in the tomb for 3 days. There's just a special significance there.
We see the number 3 in sacred texts. And why is that? Is there something within us that is hardwired to understand that 3 is a sacred number? And where does this come from?
The Giza Plateau, Egypt. 3 great pyramids line the desert just outside of Cairo. Constructed more than 4,000 years ago, this unique trio of monuments is arguably the most recognizable in all the world. The pyramids also employ the most magnificent use of triangles in architecture.
You had in ancient Egypt what we might think of as a Masonic tradition. There were the builders themselves who embodied the knowledge of geometry, the knowledge of tool making, and how to put buildings together, and especially how to create buildings that were themselves the vehicles for initiating or inducing higher consciousness.
The Giza pyramids are very interesting in that you have 3 major pyramids. Their sides are triangles. Think of the triangle, the simplest, most perfect geometric form.
The ancients were certainly intrigued by geometry, indeed sacred geometry. And certainly a triangle is one of those basic archetypal shapes that perhaps is hardwired into the human consciousness. And this may find expression in monuments such as the pyramids.
You've got that progress towards perfection, towards the top of the triangle. It's a very upward directed, higher directed shape, and I think we kind of get that on a subconscious level.
So there is a sense in which the number 3 in the form of the triangle, in the form of the apex of the pyramid, represents a portal, a gateway into another realm. You might say it's a realm of the gods.
Do the 3 pyramids of Giza really represent some sort of portal to a divine realm? Perhaps more clues about the sacred nature of the triangle can be found by examining the work of one of the most celebrated mathematicians of all time. Samos, Greece, 6th century BC. Greek mathematician and philosopher Pythagoras introduces his famous theorem: a squared plus b squared equals c squared. The formula explains the mathematical relationship between the 3 sides of right triangles, and some believe it was originally based on the design of the Egyptian pyramids.
Pythagoras lived 2,500 years ago. It is said that he studied with the great teachers of Egypt, and he brought the wisdom of Egypt back to Greece. That, in effect, was the birth of Greek philosophy.
For Pythagoras, and for a lot of ancient philosophers, mathematics was a kind of more precise description of the supernatural. They're coming to terms with man's place on this earth, and one of the ways you do that is by measurements. And measurements have to develop. And when they develop more complex mathematics. And Pythagoras is one of the very early philosophers to develop this stuff.
Pythagoras taught that everything in the universe has a three-part structure, and every problem in the universe can be reduced diagrammatically to a triangle. To Pythagoras and his followers, the triangle represented ascension, and the triangle itself, and the number three was the key to all the hidden mysteries.
In Karnak, France, there are thousands of megalithic standing stones that are over 6,000 years old. And many of them are in the form of a right triangle or a Pythagorean triangle. And they were built many thousands of years before Pythagoras. These same geometric relationships of the right triangle have also been found at Avebury and Stonehenge. You have to ask yourself, does the Pythagorean triangle represent some kind of special extraterrestrial geometry of three?
The bottom line is that a squared plus b squared equals c squared applies to the entire universe. And so for Pythagoras to come up with this, of course, is extraordinary, but he was not the first.
So we know that Pythagoras got this information from ancient Egypt, and the ancient Egyptians themselves say that this was knowledge from the gods. So what we have is a situation whereby the ancient Egyptians got this information from a non-human intelligence, from an extraterrestrial source, preserved it in secret for thousands of years. And Pythagoras is really the first one to take it outside of Egypt and basically begin to speak to the world about what it is, what the ancient Egyptians knew about this divine information.
Did Pythagoras really get his knowledge of geometry and its profound connection to the universe from an otherworldly source?
Pythagorean triangles may contain wisdom that we still haven't understood in terms of how physical terrestrial geometry connects to extraterrestrial domains that may coexist with our own.
Did extraterrestrial visitors provide early humans with advanced mathematical information that would help them unlock the secrets of the universe? And if so, why? And what is the secret of the number three? Is it a code? Or could it be a gateway to communication with mankind's alien ancestors? Ancient astronaut theorists believe further evidence can be found by examining a mysterious artifact, one that could very well change the world.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle. Sublocade with counseling is for adults with moderate to severe opioid addiction who have started treatment with a dose of oral buprenorphine or are being treated with buprenorphine. Sublocade may help you keep moving towards recovery. Sublocade continuously releases the medicine buprenorphine all month with no real daily ups and downs. Buprenorphine is known to reduce cravings and block the rewarding effects of opioids.
Sublocade may cause harm or death if injected in a vein. As an opioid, it may cause serious life-threatening breathing problems. Ask about naloxone for opioid overdose. Get emergency help right away if you're faint, dizzy, sleepy, confused, have problems breathing, seeing or talking, or feel naloxone is given. Don't take with other opioids, benzos, alcohol, or other drugs, including street drugs. This can cause severe drowsiness, decreased awareness, breathing problems, coma, and death. In emergencies, tell medical staff you're on Sublocade for opioid dependence. This isn't a full list of risks and side effects. Talk to your doctor and read patient label for more information.
Don't give up. Ask a doctor if Sublocade can help you keep moving towards recovery.
Some things are just better at home. Our flooring experts come to you so you can compare hundreds of samples in your home. It's our best sale of the year. Get up to 45% off your entire project.
Today. Hey guys, I just found an amazing digital marketing expert on Fiverr.
The company had its most effective campaign yet. The team continues hiring top-rated experts to this day. And Jerry, well, he wondered if his reaction was a bit much. It definitely was. Hire a freelancer today and start your own success story.
pies, it's gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles, pickle glazed wings, and pickle lemonade. Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeye.
Cambridge University, England. Here, in the library of this 800-year-old institution, are the research papers of Sir Isaac Newton, one of the most influential scientists of the 17th century. Newton introduced what became the basis of all modern physics, the three laws of motion.
One of the things I think we often forget about people like Newton, he was also very much into alchemy, and he was very much a mystic himself. In mystical circles and in alchemy, 3 is considered a powerful number. So it was natural for people to try and write things in threes and break it down into threes and use that principle to communicate information.
Alchemy was a hope of early magicians or chemists. The idea was that maybe if they could just figure out how to combine different materials together, they could wind up with something precious. There was a long-standing interest in it. And a lot of the sort of early scientific developments and even ideas of chemistry came from this practice.
Included among Newton's writings on philosophy, astronomy, and mathematics is a cryptic translation of an ancient document that has fascinated alchemists for centuries. An emerald tablet. Carved on green crystal, the tablet is believed to be one of several that contain not only information on the practice of alchemy, but the secrets of the universe. But although it is referenced by Newton and written about in numerous other ancient texts, the existence of the so-called emerald tablets is largely thought to be a myth.
The emerald tablets or tablets contain perhaps the most fundamental ancient wisdom, the ancient wisdom of transmutation, the secrets of longevity, the secrets of the cosmos. And there are many different legends about this tablet or tablets. Some people say that they were found in the Great Pyramid thousands of years ago.
The so-called emerald tablets had the secrets of alchemy, and alchemy itself wasn't just about the transmutation of base matter into a pure state into gold, but it was about the knowledge of the secrets of the universe, about how we ourselves could transform ourselves and become one with the universe as a whole.
Emerald tablets have a very interesting phrase. 3 is the great mystery, come from the great one. It says that 3 is the great mystery that unifies the universe. It says that power, wisdom, awareness all arises from this interplay of 3.
What we're being confronted with in the Emerald Tablets is basically this notion that if we take 2 substances, we can make a third substance out of this. 3 as such is always the power of transformation. It is the end result for the alchemist, basically saying, I took certain things and I created something new. And that is represented by the third element. The information was written down, which basically detailed that if anybody were to possess this knowledge, he would become a master of life, a master over death, an almost supernatural being who could do anything at will.
Were early scientists like Isaac Newton seeking extraterrestrial knowledge? And was that knowledge based, in part, on a unique power inherent in the number 3? Perhaps answers can be found by taking a closer look at the man many believe to be the author of the Emerald Tablets, Hermes Trismegistus.
Starting in the 4th century BC, a character develops called Hermes Trismegistus.
I mean, his name just means Hermes thrice great. So Hermes Trismegistus is the Hellenistic Egyptian version of the Greek Hermes, and he's associated with the Egyptian god Thoth. And so for that reason, primarily, he becomes associated with his magical practice of theurgy, which is doing the works of the gods, influencing the world.
At some point, as the Greeks moved into Egypt and the Romans moved into Egypt, there was an endeavor to correlate the Egyptian traditions with the Greek and Roman traditions. So you have this connection between Thoth and Hermes. And the idea in both cases is this is the deity that is the messenger or the link between our human realm and the higher realm of the gods.
According to some legends, he was a reincarnation of Thoth, the ancient scribe of Egypt, the scribe of the gods. He was an individual who brought knowledge, who brought wisdom. He was considered thrice great, 3 times great.
Hermes descended from the sky in what was considered to be a flying ship. And we have the exact same story in ancient Egypt with Thoth, also having descended from the sky, and his whole premise was to teach the people in scientific disciplines. Was Hermes Trismegistus really the reincarnation of the Egyptian god Thoth? And if so, did he serve as a messenger between man and the gods, as the ancient Greeks believed? Or might he have been, as ancient astronaut theorists contend, an extraterrestrial being, one who brought mankind the knowledge of the universe in the form of emerald tablets?
The Emerald Tablets are a fascinating body of knowledge. It gives rise to the idea that many different systems, whether we're dealing with physics systems or systems of consciousness, systems of philosophy, systems of religion, will always be underlined by this prevalence of the number 3.
You have to ask yourself, is the Emerald Tablet some kind of extraterrestrial knowledge that's been handed down to us? So maybe the key to immortality is written in the Emerald Tablet in a code of 3s.
Did extraterrestrial messengers really give mankind the secrets of the universe, as ancient astronaut theorists suggest? And is one of the keys to rediscovering that knowledge related to the number 3? Perhaps another clue can be found by examining a mysterious gland inside the human brain.
What is out there? What helped us get here? Is something guiding us to the future? Ancient aliens. Ancient aliens.
Washington, D.C., April 2013.
We have a chance to improve the lives of not just millions, but billions of people on this planet through the research that's done.
U.S. President Barack Obama unveils an ambitious government-funded research project designed to map the human brain. Titled The Brain Initiative. The program promises to shed new light on how human beings learn, think, remember, and create.
So there are many things that science still does not understand about how the human brain works. there's 100 billion neurons in the brain, and then there's about 100,000 trillion connections possible. If we can understand that, we can crack the neural code, it'll unlock a lot of answers to understanding things like disease and how to cure them, and it really is the final frontier of human anatomy.
Just how the human brain functions has remained a mystery that has puzzled mankind for thousands of years. But according to many ancient cultures and religions, the workings of the brain are not the mere workings of a human organ, but are linked to something much more profound, something of extraterrestrial origin. Lidar Valley, northern India. Here, on a snow-covered mountain in the heart of the Himalayas, lies the Amarnath Cave. Every summer, thousands of Hindus make the treacherous journey through the steep terrain to witness the formation of a massive vertical ice stalagmite thought to represent Lord Shiva, one of the most powerful gods of Hinduism. According to mythology, it was in this cave that Shiva revealed the secrets of creation to his goddess wife, Parvati.
There are three great divine energies in the Hindu imagination involved in the creation story. Brahma actually creates things. This is the great god Brahma, brings things into being. Vishnu maintains reality, and Shiva destroys. Now, Shiva is just as important as the other two divine energies. In fact, the Trinity would not exist without the destruction. You cannot have renewal, you cannot have continued growth without the destructive energy.
In Hinduism, Shiva is often pictured with a trident, the prongs representing his three fundamental powers: will, action, and knowledge. He is also often illustrated as having a third eye in the middle of his forehead. But why?
In the iconography, he's clearly depicted with a vertical third eye right in the middle of his forehead. With that eye, he can see things. He has a clairvoyance. When his eye opens, it also radiates a lot of energy through that eye. And then when that is opened up, then everything becomes clear. And then, of course, the universe is yours. Because then you are able to communicate with everyone else, because then you are in par with the cosmic frequency.
In the spiritual beliefs of many cultures, including ancient India, including many parts of Asia, there is a third eye that is located in the middle of the forehead, generally right between the two eyes. And that is a center of spiritual power. And in some cases, it is thought to have supernatural powers.
In the principles of Freemasonry, there is a consistent and recurring notion that two sides, or pillars, can only find balance by the addition of a third center structure. This center structure is often represented as a mystical or third eye. But why? Is it meant to represent that of an all-seeing God? Or does it suggest something quite different? Something, perhaps, that can even be found within the human brain.
You see this represented in many mystical traditions, that this is somehow the mystical eye. There have been many different theories about this, but one of the more interesting ones is that some people said it refers to the pineal gland, which is a light-sensitive organ that is actually somewhere in here.
Part of the endocrine system, the pineal gland is no larger than a grain of rice and is shaped like a pine cone. Though it is located deep in the center of the brain, between the two hemispheres, it appears to share some characteristics with the human eye.
The function of the pineal gland is mainly to release a hormone called melatonin, which controls the sleep-wake cycle. So because it's light sensitive, it's sometimes called the third eye.
And it's had some mystical implications as well, because it's this asymmetrical structure that's right in the center of the brain.
Is it possible that ancient man was aware of the existence of the pineal gland? And if so, were they also aware of its special function within the brain?
From the earliest stages in human history across a broad spectrum of cultures, this idea of the pineal gland being a mystery gland that is somehow related to enlightenment or a mystical experience is something that we see widely. Our two eyes, our bodily eyes, allow us to see around us. The third eye allows us to see beyond that. It allows us to see things that we would not normally see.
Is it possible that a so-called third eye really exists? A part of the human brain that allows human beings to connect directly to something beyond themselves, even beyond this planet.
Throughout history, the third eye has also been attributed for allowing you to travel to different dimensions or astral traveling and all those different things. So now my question is, how did these stories begin? Is it possible to astral travel? Is it possible to go places with your mind alone?
The concept of the third eye is supposedly our doorway to connecting with not only our higher selves, but other higher spirits, and possibly even to other worldly entities, like extraterrestrial entities.
The pineal gland acts as a hyperdimensional gateway. It is a functioning stargate within your brain. The pineal gland appears to create some type of bridge or wormhole inside your head. Extraterrestrials may already understand this. It's a basic aspect of human physiology. We have a stargate built in.
And you have to wonder then, if we were created possibly by extraterrestrials, and they know that we have this third eye, that part of their mission is to influence us and cultivate us to the point where we are able to utilize this third eye that we've been given.
Could an actual part of the human brain really help to explain why mankind functions so differently from other life forms on our planet? Could this tiny gland offer a key to understanding why human beings create art, music, and literature? Why we bury our dead and devote time to contemplating our own existence? Perhaps the answers can be found in the stories of divine figures appearing across the ancient world in powerful groups of three.
Soft, buttery flavored pretzel crust is back at Little Caesars. And thank goodness, because fans have been saying things like, I fight my own family over pretzel crust pizza. It's cold. I filed bankruptcy for pretzel crust. Easy, champ. That delicious cheddar cheese sauce altered my brain chemistry. One bite is all it takes, buddy. Cool your jets, guys. Pretzel crust is back for $6.99 only at Little Caesars.
Pizza, pizza. The Lexus ES didn't begin in the studio. It began with you. The Lexus ES, designed not just for you, by you.
Get special offers on select Lexus models.
What is this?
It's the most important box in the world.
In here, all your troubles disappear.
This box contains all.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles. Pickle glazed wings and pickle lemonade? Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeyes.
When you wash with Snuggle, your loved ones will feel at home. On center stage, at the school dance, or away from home. Cuddly softness, long-lasting familiar freshness. That's the Snuggle promise. Snuggle, the comfort of home.
What's going on here? Oh, so that's it.
Henan Province, central China. Here, along the shores of the Yi River, are 1,352 ancient caves known as the Longmen Grottos. Dating back to 493 AD, they contain the most spectacular collection of Buddhist cave art in the world. One of the largest of the over 100,000 stone statues at the site is of the Amitabha Buddha, or the Buddha of infinite light. He is flanked on either side by his two assistants, and collectively they are known as the Three Saints of the West.
For some reason, the sacred mysteries are often presented as threefold. In Mahayana Buddhism, the three guides are Amitabha, the Buddha of infinite light, and his two companions, one representing wisdom and one compassion. It is significant that throughout the ancient world, gods and leaders would often appear in threesomes. For some reason, the triad shows up as a divine, powerful principle. Something about three is telling us some important information about wholeness.
Triads, trios, trinities. Why have cultures all over the world envisioned their divine leaders and mythic heroes in power structures of three? Perhaps an answer can be found by examining the stories of the three saints and the celestial realm of the Amitabha Buddha, known as the Western Pure Land.
In a former life, Amitabha Buddha was believed to have been a king who renounced his kingdom through a series of vows. And these vows were vows to create a pure Buddha land. The Western Pure Land was thought to be actually real and to exist outside of the normal confines of time and space.
Amitabha Buddha will come to your deathbed and personally escort you to this Western paradise. The Buddha Amitabha have two assistants, two bodhisattvas. The idea is that if you see three, it gives you a feeling that there's plenty of help cleanings.
Last forms of life are very important in this form of Buddhism. These guiding figures are prime examples of the power of three manifesting in a sacred teaching, helping one to a greater level of consciousness.
Is the Western Pure Land really a state of enlightenment, as mainstream scholars believe? Or might these three saints be guiding the deceased to a divine, perhaps even extraterrestrial realm? Ancient astronaut theorists believe the answers can be found in the descriptions of this spiritual paradise.
The Amitabha Buddha believed this was a literal place peopled with gods and goddesses that would give you knowledge and information. And in this place, everyone appears to be golden, and you have the ability to see anything in the universe, the ability to travel anywhere on Earth that you want. Is this really just a myth? Or is the Amitabha Buddha an example of an extraterrestrial who visited Earth and was able to achieve some higher grade of evolution while he was here, and then help others achieve that as well?
Might the Amitabha Buddha actually have been an otherworldly visitor? And if so, might the three saints of Pure Land Buddhism not just guide the dead to an afterlife, but physically change them into higher functioning beings with extraterrestrial capabilities? ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and believe further proof can be found in the story of another mythic trio, one that undertook an epic journey, not to a divine land after death, but towards a divine life here on planet Earth. Cologne, Germany. For centuries, a steady stream of visitors have gathered inside this Gothic cathedral to view a golden sarcophagus thought to contain the bones of the biblical Magi, also known as the Three Wise Men. While the journey of the Three Wise Men is one of the most popular and best known of the stories concerning the birth of Jesus Christ, little is actually known about these mysterious figures.
According to the Gospels, the three kings or the three wise men came from the east. At the time that the Gospels were being written, that was an area of the world which for Westerners was considered to be the source of all magic and mysticism.
Magi were the ancient priesthood of Persia or Iran, as we tend to call it now. And they go way back to 3000 BC, probably, or even more. The Magi were particularly interested in the stars. They were looking at the different influences that these different stars and planets had at given times. And that was part and parcel of their tradition.
The three wise men traveled thousands of miles to what we call the Holy Land. They found Bethlehem apparently without a map. They were astronomers. It says they followed a star.
But did the Three Wise Men actually exist? Or did the story of their journey to visit the infant Jesus have other, even more otherworldly origins?
The star, we are told, leads them, so the star is moving, and it's flying, and it's intelligently guided because it's leading them to a destination. And it hovers over the manger where Jesus is laid. It shines a light down to illuminate the manger where Jesus is laid.
So you have to wonder whether possibly the three magi themselves were extraterrestrial gods, or perhaps the Star of Bethlehem itself was some kind of extraterrestrial spaceship that was guiding the three magi.
Were the Three Wise Men astral travelers guided by otherworldly technology? Or is their presence in the story of Jesus really some sort of code, one intended to connect Jesus with other mythic stories and religions in which the number three has profound significance? There are those who believe that an answer can be found by examining the three gifts that each of the Magi reportedly brought to the Son of God. Gold, representing the physical and material needs of the child during his lifetime. Frankincense, an ancient aromatic resin, which when burned is thought to be effective in mind expansion and enlightenment. And myrrh, an oil often associated with death and embalming, representing the afterlife. But why three gifts? And why only those three? Perhaps the answers can be found written into the ancient biological language that is as old as life itself, a language containing a code of threes.
10 months, 4 bidding wars, 3 weeks to iron out the details. It wasn't easy finding our gels.
Jean House.
But after a few minor alterations, it's the perfect fit.
Thankfully, choosing NJM for home insurance was easy. They tailored a policy to our specific needs. We can be a little particular.
With NJM, you get the coverage that's right for you and top-rated customer service. Oh, careful. Don't spill the jingle. No jingles or mascots. Just great insurance. NJM.
This is Carl. He never really thought much about his credit scores until he got Credit Karma and used his credit scores to move on up. By putting in the work to improve his scores, he got access to a better credit card.
and that sofa she liked. And when it came time to buy a home of his own, Credit Karma helped him take things to the next level. Just in time. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on. Download the app today.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles, pickle glazed wings, and pickle lemonade. Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeye.
It starts with Schweid & Sons and becomes what you crave. From comfort classics to globally inspired flavors. For a meal so uniquely exceptional, it's cause for celebration. Schweid & Sons. Create what you crave.
There is a theory that the key to unlocking the power of the number 3 lies in the mystery of the Holy Trinity, that the notion of 3 divine persons in one God refers to the 3 states of being. God the Father, the intellectual or ethical self. God the Son, the physical and actual self. And God, the Holy Spirit, the emotional or aspirational self. Past, present, and future. God and man as one. Qasr al-Yahud, Israel. Here, tens of thousands of Christians make their way to what is believed to be the site of Christ's baptism in the River Jordan. It was also here that, according to Scripture, God revealed himself as being made up of 3 divine persons. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, otherwise known as the Holy Trinity.
In the story of Jesus' baptism, Jesus is standing in the Jordan River, and we're told that the heavens open up, and the Holy Spirit, in the form of a dove, descends upon Jesus. And the voice of God booms out of heaven and says, "This is my Son, whom I love and in whom I am well pleased." So in that scene, all 3 parts of the Trinity are represented there: Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
What makes it a mathematical conundrum is how can you be 1 and 3? So it is a mystery, and some people don't even question it because it is a matter of faith. And so, made in that image, we could make the argument that there's a Trinity within each and every one of us.
Could the triune nature of God, as described in the New Testament, also exist in all of mankind? And if so, does this suggest that the power of 3 might somehow connect humanity with divine, or as some would believe, extraterrestrial forces? Ancient astronaut theorists believe the answers can be found not only in the Bible, but encoded within the genetic blueprint of the human body. Huntington, New York, 1966. Scientists announced one of the greatest breakthroughs of modern science. They have successfully deciphered the genetic code. After years of research, they discover that the universal structure of DNA consists of a series of 3 molecule combinations known as codons, or triplets.
You have this DNA sequence, and it codes for ultimately the proteins in your body. And the question was, how does it code for that? Does each individual base pair represent something? Is it 2 at a time that represent something? Is it a sequence of 10? And it turns out that it's very clear it comes in clusters of 3.
Essentially, the number 3 is the key to our DNA language. And this was revolutionary for its time because the ancient alien theory has always suggested that the ultimate proof of extraterrestrial tampering in our past will not come in the form of a crashed spaceship or some type of tools, but the actual proof will come from within our own DNA. This may in fact be a universal manifestation of the power of 3. In time, I believe we will find out that DNA is written into the background of the universe itself. It is assembled by the basic laws of quantum physics, and the underlying power of 3 is an essential tool in seeing the hand of the divine architect at work in making us who we are today.
The number 3 is the key to unlocking the ancient mysteries. We see 3s everywhere, and it's a possible pointer to the idea that the 3 is the guiding principle of the universe and manifests even in our DNA.
So we can see here how this power of 3 is pervasive all through the universe, including in our own DNA. And it's possible that it's extraterrestrials who've encoded this within us, and that once we understand this power of 3, we ourselves will become like our creators, the gods.
Does the physical expression of a power of 3 found within our own DNA really prove an extraterrestrial design for mankind? A design whose meaning we are only just beginning to comprehend. Or could the answer lie in a combination of all the trios and trinities embedded throughout the mythical and religious world? Perhaps the answer will lead us back to mankind's place of origin, and the ultimate proof that our origins lie not on Earth, but out of this world. An extraordinary story of an otherworldly encounter.
It is an eyewitness account. He was taken up and sees planet Earth underneath him. He is given powerful universal knowledge by angelic beings. These angels were not spiritual beings, they were physical beings whose role it is to direct the affairs of humanity.
It is an account that was strictly forbidden.
These texts were deemed too dangerous.
And now, new technology may reveal even more shocking revelations.
We are recovering burned text, which there it is. Look at this. This is sensational.
Could the Book of Enoch contain profound truths about our extraterrestrial past? And might it even hold the key to humanity's future?
Enoch knew that all these writings would be found in the far future, and Enoch said, I will return to this planet.
There is a doorway in the universe. Beyond it is the promise of truth. It demands we question everything we have ever been taught. The evidence is all around us. The future is right before our eyes. We are not alone. We have never been alone. The Tigray Highlands, Ethiopia. Here, 7,000 feet above sea level, and clinging to the side of a mountain, stands the Abba Garima Monastery. This church is home to one of Christianity's most ancient and spectacular treasures, the Garima Gospels. Consisting of 2 beautifully illustrated volumes, it has been dated to the 6th century AD, making it one of the oldest and most complete Bibles on earth.
There is the very earliest Christian churches in Ethiopia.
So there is this strong connection to the ancient roots of Western civilization and Western religion in Ethiopia.
Ethiopia's biblical connections date back nearly 3,000 years. In the 10th century BC, King Solomon, the builder of the first temple in Jerusalem and the keeper of the Ark of the Covenant, was visited by Queen Makeda of Ethiopia, also known as the Queen of Sheba.
The Queen of Sheba, it is said, had a relationship with Solomon and had a son. When he came of age, he wanted to meet his father, and his mother blessed this journey up to Israel to meet Solomon. And he stayed for some time, and then some leaders of the Jewish nation went back with him to Ethiopia. Because of this connection between the Queen of Sheba and Solomon, there's a large Jewish population in Ethiopia. There are many returnees to the Holy Land, to Israel, from Ethiopia and other nearby areas in Africa. Ethiopia is an unusually holy place.
Curiously, the Bible used by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church differs from that of other Christian denominations. Its version of the Old Testament includes a controversial text known as the Book of Enoch.
The Book of Enoch, a very, very interesting, very ancient document, which is only found in the language of Ge'ez, which is a sort of Ethiopian early language, and has over 100 chapters in the full form.
So in the Ethiopian church, Enoch is considered a canonical text. In other Christian traditions, it is not.
The author of the book, according to the text, is the Jewish patriarch Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah.
Enoch is a biblical figure mentioned in the book of Genesis, chapter 5. What's interesting about Enoch is a tradition arose that he never died. And this is because in Genesis 5:24, the text says that Enoch walked with God and then was no more because God took him.
But where the Hebrew Bible only mentions Enoch briefly, the Book of Enoch, which consists of more than 100 chapters, greatly expands on his story. In it is a curious passage that details Enoch's ascent to heaven.
According to the Book of Enoch, he says he was 12 years old. The whole community of his village wanted to sleep, but then they hear the noise in the sky. Two angels came down from the sky. One of the two beings said to Enoch, "Don't be afraid, human." Then they went up to so-called heaven.
And in the Book of Enoch, we learn of Enoch himself is taken into the heavens in a fiery chariot.
Enoch goes up to the so-called sky, and there Enoch sees something over the earth which he cannot describe. He has no word like spaceship or something. He said it looked like houses of crystal.
It is described that he sees planets, Earth underneath him. He actually describes his arrival, how he has to walk these different rooms where he sees jewels and he sees shiny surfaces and blinking lights. It is an eyewitness account. It's I, Enoch, did this. I, Enoch, saw that. The Book of Enoch is one of the first abduction accounts written down by a fellow human being.
Does the Book of Enoch really describe an actual abduction event? One that took place thousands of years ago? And if so, might this incredible close encounter be documenting communication with otherworldly beings?
Enoch, he was said to be at the right hand of God. In fact, Enoch was said to be God's scribe in later tradition. So God would decree things, and Enoch was the one who recorded everything that went on. So Enoch was the keeper of all knowledge of heaven.
This is one of the reasons why the Book of Enoch is so controversial. He's taken up into the heavenly realms, to the throne of God, where he is given powerful, universal knowledge by angelic beings or extraterrestrial beings.
As far as ancient astronaut theorists are concerned, the Book of Enoch is one of the most compelling texts ever written documenting extraterrestrial visitation. But it is far from unique. They say that similar encounters were documented by many other ancient cultures, lending support to the notion that Enoch's experiences were genuine.
We can find ancient texts that speak of people ascending to heaven and then coming back down. For example, in ancient Greece, you have the story of Ganymede that was taken up by Zeus's eagle. Also in ancient China and in ancient Sumeria and also in ancient Egypt are there stories of people having been visited or having gone up to the sky to visit with the so-called gods, lowercase g.
While these other accounts tell a similar story, none contain the incredible detail found within the Book of Enoch. And some researchers believe that it was because of this controversial content that the text was omitted from most versions of the Bible.
Not only do these texts infer quite strongly the possibility of extraterrestrial life, but they also show a very different side of God. This type of information, these type of texts, this cannot be put into the Bible.
The sages of the time considered the teachings of the Book of Enoch, if you will, too hot to handle, and therefore it fell along by the wayside, concealed and hidden.
Is it possible the teachings of Enoch reveal that not all angelic encounters were of a divine nature? Is this the secret that has been kept alive in the Ethiopian version of the Bible? For ancient astronaut theorists, the Book of Enoch lies at the heart of an extraterrestrial agenda that has been shaping human history for thousands of years. And they suggest that nowhere is this more evident than in the book's descriptions of beings called the Watchers.
Trains. Trains that use the power of Dell AI and Intel. Clearing the way so you arrive exactly where you belong.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles, pickle glazed wings, and pickle lemonade. Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeye.
Swordscott has 125 years of professional hair expertise. That's why I trust them to create the perfect blog. To help you tell your story and feel more like you did. Swordscott, what story will you tell?
At Circle Painters, we know that happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder. Or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter. Or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights, at home or at work. We'll make your happy place your own. Certipro Painters. That's painting happy.
Wyoming knows hard work. And at Fremont Volkswagen Casper, we know Wyoming. Here, things are just built to last. Over the last 8 decades, we've had one priority: to serve the people of Wyoming. We are dependable. We are your neighbor. We are Wyoming. Visit Fremont Volkswagen in Casper today.
London, England, 1604. To end a dispute in the Anglican Church, King James I orders the creation of a standardized English Bible. Today, more than 4 centuries after its creation, the King James Version remains the most famous Bible in history and one of the most published books of all time. Interestingly, while it contains 66 books. The Catholic Bible has 73, and the Ethiopian Orthodox version is comprised of 81. But why were so many texts, including the Book of Enoch, edited out?
There has always been accepted literature, which becomes the foundation of orthodoxy, and then there's other literature that the accepted orthodoxy rejects.
Books that don't make it into the collection of the Bible, both the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament, or the Apocrypha.
The word apocrypha means hidden things, and that's probably from the ancients hiding these texts away from the general public because they could be dangerous.
Dangerous? Is it possible that the Book of Enoch was omitted because it exposed truths about human history that were considered too risky for the public to know? Ancient astronaut theorists suggest insight can be found by examining a passage in the Old Testament.
We know from the book of Daniel in chapter 4 that there is a group of angelic entities whose job, whose role it is as ordained by God to direct the affairs of humanity. These angelic forces look over our world and control the direction of civilization.
While this passage is brief, these beings serve as the primary focus of the Book of Enoch, where they are described as divine overseers known as the Watchers.
Enoch calls them in the English version guardians of the sky or watchers of the sky. In the German version, they are called angels. Now, it was simply another time. Now we have a new time. Now we must translate it with new words. Change the word of angel, trash it out, and write extraterrestrial.
These angels were not spiritual beings, they were physical beings. That is something very clear about the identity of biblical angels. They're not of this world, and therefore they are not terrestrial, and therefore they are extraterrestrial.
According to the Book of Enoch, a total of 200 Watchers descended to Earth.
Enoch gives us some of the names, but we know they were ruled by Samyaza and Azazel. Azazel was later known as Lucifer.
The Watchers had a very bright appearance, and one of their names was the Shining Ones. And even Enoch, when he wrote about them, he even said he could barely look at them because they were so bright.
As far as ancient astronaut theorists are concerned, the idea that the Watchers were alien visitors is most strongly corroborated by the stories of the prophet Elijah.
Aside from Enoch, there is one other we know from the Bible who did ascend to heaven in chariots of fire, whatever that is meaning. And this, of course, is the famous prophet Elijah. Elijah was a powerful prophet who had abilities apparently far beyond those of other prophets. Elijah possessed a power cloak or a garment that gave him the ability to heal the sick and even to raise the dead. And then one day, he used that power cloak or garment to ascend upon a fiery chariot, a chariot of the gods. And when Elijah ascended, there were 50 prophets that witnessed his ascension. The Bible calls it chariot of fire. What is this chariot? Was it some type of a technological transportation device which in ancient times would not have been understood as anything else but a chariot of fire?
Curiously, while the idea of the soul ascending to heaven is a key component of Judeo-Christian traditions, there are a number of instances in the Bible where it is said that a person ascends bodily. In addition to Enoch and Elijah, this is also the case with both Jesus and his mother Mary. But why? If heaven is a spiritual realm, why is it written that certain individuals ascended bodily?
Neither Enoch nor Elijah ever claimed that they were prophets. It was the biblical writers later who claimed that they're prophets. The reason why Enoch ended up being called a prophet is because of the experiences he had. He was taken up into space by extraterrestrials. And we have a similar story with Elijah. Enoch, Elijah, it's all part of the big concept of misunderstood technology.
If the Watchers were, in fact, extraterrestrials, as ancient astronaut theorists suggest, did they have an agenda for humankind? Perhaps further clues can be found by examining another ancient text attributed to Enoch that was almost entirely destroyed, the Book of Giants.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles, pickle glazed wings, and what? Pickle lemonade? Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeyes.
Trains. Trains that use the power of Dell AI and Intel. Clearing the way so you arrive exactly where you belong.
We've never spoken, but you've told us many things. You told us you love stargazing, almost as much as you hate parallel parking. That heavy right foot of yours? We got you. The Lexus ES didn't begin in a studio, it began with you.
Get special offers on select Lexus models.
And it's all about action coming right up. And it is the day of renewal. Can he finish here? Moving the ball effectively. Pure quality. Can he put them in front? And Bellingham. And a goal!
Qumran, Israel, 1947. 20 miles east of Jerusalem, at this ancient site in the Judean desert, Bedouin shepherds stumble upon an extraordinary discovery.
The Dead Sea is surrounded by caves, and as young teenage boys would do, they threw a rock into the cave, heard the sound of breaking pots, came back the next day, climbed into the cave, and what did they find? They found huge clay jars.
Inside the storage jars were ancient texts, which very quickly they came to realize that these were incredibly important.
In these scrolls, we find biblical manuscripts, copies of the Bible that are 1,000 years older than any previously known copy of the Bible, as well as a treasure trove of documents that we had never seen before.
Archaeologists were surprised to find that whoever collected the Dead Sea Scrolls considered the Book of Enoch to be of vital importance, preserving 11 different manuscripts, including versions never seen in modern times. Also found were fragments of another work attributed to Enoch, the Book of Giants. Some parts of this text included in the Dead Sea Scrolls had been lost for centuries, and many scholars believe the stories contained within the Book of Giants were written before even the Book of Genesis.
It expounds on Genesis 6, verses 1 through 4, when the story is begun that the Watchers descended upon earth and took wives from earth women, from human women, and their offspring were giants.
The Book of Giants is about the Nephilim, the sons of the Watchers. It's about their lives, their conversations, and they realise that they are evil.
According to the Book of Giants, the Nephilim were guilty of horrific crimes, including slaughtering humans and feasting on their flesh. God ultimately decides the earth must be cleansed and chooses one man to restart humanity anew, Noah, the great-grandson of Enoch. In the Bible, Noah, the son of a shepherd named Lamech, and his wife Bethnos, was chosen by God because of his blameless piety. But when the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, religious scholars were shocked to find a much different and potentially older version of the story of Noah. The Lamech scroll documents that Noah became the chosen one before he was born, and his father was not Lamech.
When Noah was born, the father, Lamech, was gone at the time. However, the wife of Lamech knew immediately something was up with Noah because he didn't look like a normal human being.
He is described as having skin so white it was radiant. His hair was white like wool. His father, Lamech, says he has the ways of the Watchers. When he blinked, his eyes lit up the whole house. This does not sound like a human being.
The boy looked completely different than Lamech's other children. And Lamech said to his wife, Batenash, this can't be my son, because I was away too long. You know, he doesn't fit with the 9 months. And Lamech goes for advice to his father, who was the biblical Methuselah. Methuselah goes to his father, which is Enoch. Enoch says, the guardians of the skies have inseminated Batenash without touching her sexually. He should accept this boy as his own and should give him the name of Noah, because the guardians of the sky have decided Noah is the father of the coming generation. So in that case, proven in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we know for sure there was an artificial insemination.
Is it possible that the Dead Sea Scrolls contain the true story of Noah? Was he not a pious man chosen by God, but a genetically altered human, created by extraterrestrials to reboot life on Earth? While further details about Enoch and Noah may have existed in the Book of Giants, only fragments of the full text have survived. But now, new technology may bring to light even more incredible revelations. Santa Barbara, California, February 18th, 2020. Rabbi Ariel Barsadok and Giorgio Tsoukalos traveled to Megavision to meet with imaging expert Ken Boydston.
Ken, hey, good to see you.
Ken recently invented a revolutionary type of camera that takes pictures using a technology called multispectral imaging. Giorgio and Ariel are intrigued by the implications of this technology, and they are eager to find out just how far it can go in retrieving lost passages from the Book of Enoch.
Ken, can you explain to me the multispectral imaging system that you have invented?
Well, multispectral, simply put, it's taking a lot of pictures under different colors of light. And we don't want to see the light that's on the object. We want to only see the light that the object is producing in response to that light coming in. What we're doing is just listening with light to the object. What story do you have to tell us? The camera can see what the human eye cannot see. And therein lies the magic and some of the mystery and some of the great excitement, because we are able to discover things that have been hidden for generations or ages.
Incredibly, Ken's camera is able to retrieve script that has become eroded with time. Script that was purposely scrubbed from parchment and written over. And even script within scrolls that cannot be opened because they are too fragile to handle. Many of these scrolls might be thousands of years old, and as you know, we can't open them up and read them because they will deteriorate. Very similar like the Dead Sea Scrolls.
So can you show us how this works?
Yeah, let's kind of go through a little bit of stuff.
To demonstrate the power of this technology, Ken is going to apply spectral imaging to a document that has been burned so badly, much of the text is completely undetectable to the naked eye.
During World War II, the Nazis burned vast quantities of documents, so we are recovering the partially burned text.
Amazing.
And so we're ready to do it. Each time the light flashes, the shutter clicks, another picture is captured. So you're seeing a little tiny bit of light right now, but the camera is seeing lots of light because this is down into the infrared. All right. So out of the visible light pictures that we just took, those individual ones, the computer put them together, and lo and behold, there's a perfect color picture of the sun, which would be just what our eyes see. Look at this. Which, there it is.
There you go.
There it is. All of that text right there. And we can enhance that a little bit. We can push the contrast up a little bit on that.
Yeah, where it says Simera.
There we go.
Today.
So,
Adios.
That's a little demonstration of what the technology can do. Just a very quick and compelling, really.
This is extraordinary, really.
So just imagine if you have thousands and thousands of these pages where no one has been able to read them since they were destroyed.
In front of our eyes, long lost knowledge
that has been thought to have been completely and utterly destroyed has been resurrected with the power of light. An ancient prophecy said that towards the coming of what we will call disclosure, all of these secrets, these ancient secrets, would be brought back to us. We never understood how, but now it's actually happening in front of our eyes. What if there are references to extraterrestrials that we've never seen before? Definitely. So it's a corroboration of what we're already doing. I mean, this is sensational.
In 2018, the Israel Antiquities Authority, studying the Dead Sea Scrolls, announced that multispectral analysis had uncovered writings on a fragment that points to a previously unknown manuscript. Once it's discovered, what will this missing manuscript reveal? As far as ancient astronaut theorists are concerned, there could be numerous lost texts of Enoch that will come to light. Texts that were hidden in secure locations so that they would survive a devastating global cataclysm. Great flood.
We all know why we're here.
What have you got?
For years, they thought the truth. A number of senators have confirmed that they have received classified briefings. It is the first real crack in the taboo.
How close are we to full disclosure?
It's clear what needs to be done.
The pursuit will uncover more. There's always are. Ancient aliens. What is out there? What helped us get here? Is something guiding us to the future. Ancient aliens.
The Book of Genesis. In chapters 6 through 9, it is described that God had become deeply troubled by the wickedness of the human race and decided to bring it to an end by sending a great flood upon the earth. Only Noah and his family would survive, and it was God himself who gave Noah instructions for building the ark that would save both them and two of every earthly creature. The Book of Enoch tells the same story, but with significant differences.
One of the differences is that in the book of Enoch, the flood washes away these rebellious angels. and it washes away the Nephilim, as opposed to the traditional flood story, which washes away people who have been rebellious and sinful. God is protecting us in the book of Enoch. It is a very different God than the spiteful, wrathful God that we see in the Genesis account.
Another key difference in Enoch's account is that Noah is not given instructions to build the ark by God, but by the angel Uriel. The archangel Uriel is the one who warned Noah about the impending flood and who told him about humanity's future and the possibility of this cataclysm. What we're witnessing here is an extraordinary story of an extraterrestrial being having a tremendous, in fact, incalculable influence on human affairs. Does Enoch's account of the Great Flood reveal that it is not a story of God punishing humankind, but of extraterrestrials directing the course of humanity? As far as many religious scholars are concerned, both the biblical version and the Enochian version of the Great Flood are simply allegorical tales. But an increasing number of archaeologists and historians now believe that this global cataclysm actually happened. Usengeli, Turkey, 1997. After years of research, American explorer David Allen Deal has become convinced that the biblical story of Noah is, in fact, historical, and is on the hunt to find the remnants of the ark. At an elevation of more than 7,000 feet near Mount Ararat, where the Bible says Noah's ark eventually landed, he stumbles upon the ruins of an ancient settlement.
What he discovered is what's known as the lost city of Noah or Nashua. And this is an area that's near a strange geological formation that some people think is actually Noah's Ark.
The ancient Armenian historian Moses of Horus identified Nashua as the place of Noah's first descent. Could this be the first settlement in a post-flood world? A recent archaeological dig reportedly uncovered something remarkable. The region may contain millions of graves.
Because Noah's tomb is said to be here, a huge cemetery has grown up around this lost city of Noah. And people from all over the Middle East in ancient times insisted on being buried in this area.
Researchers suggest that Nashua is just one of many points of evidence that support the notion of a historical Great Flood.
What we now know from incredible amount of evidence coming from every part of the world is that around 10,800 BC, the world was devastated by some kind of impact event. And this devastated every part of the landscape. What today we might refer to as a nuclear winter that blotted out the sun, the moon, and the stars.
There's something called the Uccello horizon that's been found all over the world. It's like a layer of black ash. This suggests there was a great conflagration that took place, great fires and burning, and it left this layer all around the world, and it dates to between 11,000 and 13,000 years ago. So this does suggest that something very serious took place at this time.
Could this layer of ash, found roughly 50 feet deep in the Earth's soil, be evidence of a devastating global event? According to geologist Dr. Robert Schock, a worldwide cataclysm and the resulting layer of ash was likely created by a solar flare, a sudden flash of increased brightness on the sun.
Based on my analysis of the evidence, is that there was a major solar outburst. The sun essentially erupted. This caused in a flash the glaciers to melt virtually instantaneously. It caused evaporation of water,
This not only led to the rising sea levels, flooding the coastal areas, and torrential rains. We have physical evidence of this in the geological record.
Could the Book of Enoch overturn everything we know about the history of life on our planet? Did Enoch intend to make a record of extraterrestrial intervention on Earth for future generations of humans to discover? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest there are still chapters we have yet to uncover. Chapters that may be hidden within the Great Pyramid.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles, pickle glazed wings, and what? Pickle lemonade? Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeyes.
You don't have to settle for just one delicious dish at Olive Garden, because for a limited time, buy one, take one is here, starting at just $14.99. So hurry in and enjoy a favorite like our creamy fettuccine Alfredo or our crispy chicken parmigiana today. Then take another home for tomorrow on us. That's twice the go-tos you crave, and twice the time with the people you call family. Buy one, take one, starting at $14.99, only at Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family.
Cairo, Egypt. Here, on the Giza Plateau, stands the oldest of the seven wonders of the ancient world, the Great Pyramid. But ancient astronaut theorists suspect this awesome structure is even older than Egyptologists have proposed. Mainstream archaeologists date the Great Pyramid to 2500 BC and suggest it was built as a tomb for the pharaoh Khufu. However, according to a 14th century account written by Islamic historian Ibrahim al-Makrisi, the Pyramid of Giza was built thousands of years earlier, before the event described in both the Hebrew Bible and the Book of Enoch as the Great Flood.
Now, what is very, very astonishing, there are many other old historian books, especially Arabian historians, which nobody knows in the Western world. They say the Great Pyramid was constructed before the Great Flood by a pharaoh with the name of Saurit. And they precisely say Saurit is the same figure which the Hebrew community calls Enoch.
Enoch, the builder of the Great Pyramid? Could such an incredible notion be true? The Islamic text goes on to detail the pyramid's construction, which it says was made possible by otherworldly beings.
According to al-Makrisi, the pyramids were built in order to preserve knowledge that was given to the Egyptians by the so-called gods, the so-called watchers, the guardians of the sky. These blocks were levitated and essentially walked themselves into position.
Was the Great Pyramid actually built by Enoch using extraterrestrial technology? While it may sound far-fetched, the notion that the pharaoh Khufu was behind the construction of the pyramid has come under great scrutiny.
In 1837, a British colonel who became an archaeologist named Richard Howard Vyse used dynamite to get up into the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid. This was something that had not been entered by other archaeologists before. When he got into these upper chambers, he then apparently claimed that he found some hieroglyphic cartouches that mentioned the pharaoh Khufu.
Egyptologists knew when Khufu lived. He lived 2500 roughly BC. And because of that, by extension, that became the timeline and the date of the Great Pyramid's construction, according to mainstream Egyptology.
Colonel Vyse's expedition to the Great Pyramid cost $1.3 million, a figure equal to $35 million today. Due to the cost, Vyse was under tremendous pressure to make a major discovery, like finding hard evidence of who commissioned the building of the pyramid. But new evidence has been found that some believe puts Vyse's discovery into question.
Recently, it has been discovered by going through Vyse's journals that he in his journals actually says that there were no hieroglyphs within this chamber. And so it is suspected that Vyse did, in fact, forge this cartouche of the pharaoh Khufu.
Egyptologists have also pointed out that during the time of Khufu, cartouches were written vertically. What the cartouche Colonel Vyse claimed to have discovered was written horizontally. And no mummy was ever found inside the Great Pyramid.
Especially in Egyptology, many archaeologists believe that they know everything and that their knowledge is a true base. In reality, there are thousands of open questions, starting with the builder of the Great Pyramid.
In March 2016, the Great Pyramid of Giza presented researchers with yet another mystery. Archaeologists examining the ancient structure with a new technology known as mammography made a shocking discovery. A mysterious chamber inside the structure that is as large as the Statue of Liberty.
It's always exciting when Egyptologists are making new discoveries inside the Great Pyramid or other pyramids. And now they're saying that there is a 30-meter void inside the pyramid. So the whole idea that these pyramids are just simple tombs for a pharaoh, Egyptologists now realize that they're far more complicated.
This new room is only the beginning of it. I'm sure within the next months, or at least 2 years, they will discover more rooms in the Great Pyramid. I personally think that the Great Pyramid in Egypt holds some sort of time capsule. In my opinion, we will find mummies in there, mummies of before the Great Flood, and we will find writings in there, writings of Enoch, who tell us how it all was. Enoch knew that all these writings would be found in the far future.
A time capsule hidden within the Great Pyramid of Giza? When the Great Pyramid of Egypt is fully excavated, could it be found to hold undeniable proof that the Book of Enoch documents extraterrestrial intervention on Earth? And might it reveal even more profound truths about the history of humankind? As far as ancient astronaut theorists are concerned, the answer is a resounding yes. And they say further examination of the Bible may indicate exactly what information is about to be discovered.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles. Pickle glazed wings and pickle lemonade? Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeyes.
You don't have to settle for just one delicious dish at Olive Garden, because for a limited time, buy one, take one is here, starting at just $14.99. So hurry in and enjoy a favorite like our creamy fettuccine Alfredo or our crispy chicken parmigiana today. Then take another home for tomorrow on us. That's twice the go-tos you crave, and twice the time with the people you call family. Buy one, take one, starting at $14.99. Only at Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family.
Trapear trabajos, pero creía que era la única manera de limpiar bien mis pisos. Luego probé el Swiffer Power Mop y mis pisos quedaron limpios sin tanto trabajo. Tiene una solución integrada que deshace la mugre al contacto. Sus paños con cientos de tiras limpiadoras sacan la mugre pegada hasta de las uniones. Ok, Power Mop. Con su cabezaje giratorio de 360 grados, limpia los rodapiés que ya está detrás del excusado. Así que dile adiós a la cubeta y al trabajo duro con el Swiffer Power Mop.
One of the finest leagues in world football, La Liga. Tremendous piece of tackling. And a goal! Oh, Sterling. Oh, lovely bit of skill. A goal that is out of this world.
The Book of Enoch, Chapter 91. After journeying through the heavenly realm and returning to earth, Enoch is preparing to be taken back up into the heavens once again. Before he leaves, Enoch gathers together his family and shares with them a startling prophecy.
He assembles the whole family. The oldest of his sons was Methuselah, biblical Methuselah. Methuselah asked his father, Enoch, will I see you again? And Enoch said, the guardians of the sky told me I will return to this planet. 1,000 of years will have passed, so we will not see each other again.
The concept of a divine figure leaving and returning to earth is echoed across almost every major religion.
In the Jewish tradition, there's the expectation of the prophet Elijah will return before the Messiah and bring in this age of peace and righteousness that ushers in the end of time. In the Christian tradition, the return of Jesus, who for Christians is the Messiah. In the Islamic tradition, it's either the Mahdi, the divinely guided one, or it's Muhammad who will return. In a sense, this ushers in a brand new age, a brand new relationship with God, a brand new way of existing in the world.
There's a body of Hindu scriptures known as the Puranas, and these tell about the 10th and final incarnation of the god Vishnu that comes at the end of this present cycle of time.
These prophecies speak of this messianic figure riding upon the clouds of heaven, accompanied by the armies of heaven. This suggests that we're talking about some kind of a vehicle or a crown. This whole concept of the return of the gods, well, who are we waiting for? There will not be any of these ancient, quote-unquote, saintly figures or holy figures, but it will be extraterrestrials.
Is it possible that humankind's most sacred religious texts document extraterrestrial intervention on Earth? And might the teachings of Enoch have been meant to prepare humanity for the day when we will awaken to a profound new reality? Perhaps the Book of Enoch has yet to be completed. And when the final chapter is written, we will know that it is not a story of angels, but of our alien ancestors. A mysterious ancient symbol with connections to the heavens.
We see this unusual keyhole shape as decoration for these gods.
It appears in mystic texts.
The secret seal of Solomon has that interesting shape.
It was incorporated in sacred architecture. If you look at this from above, it's this keyhole shape, and that to me is fascinating.
I'm literally wowed by this.
And it exists all over the planet.
Why is it that there are so many cultures that use the keyhole shape around the world? Is there some commonality to all of this?
For this cryptic symbol represents a connection to beings that came to Earth thousands of years ago.
We were visited by beings from outer space, and they left clues on this planet Earth.
There is an extraterrestrial message inside this keyhole shape. There is a doorway in the universe. Beyond it is the promise of truth. It demands we question everything we have ever been taught. The evidence is all around us. The future is right before our eyes. We are not alone. We have never been alone. Waterford, Virginia, 2013. Cydonia Institute researcher George Haas is combing through images of Mars when something catches his eye. A large formation protruding from the surface of the planet that displays extraordinary symmetry. He is struck by the fact that there are no other large geographical features around it, and it has the distinct shape of a keyhole.
When you initially look at it, it looks like something that someone made. So when scientists are looking for signs of activity on another planet, they're looking for structural symmetry. It's determining if this is possibly just something nature made or something that humans or extraterrestrials had a hand in. What we're seeing on Mars could be evidence of intelligent design by some unknown extraterrestrial culture.
The Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter took amazing detailed maps of pretty much the whole surface of Mars. And there are some anomalous pictures. It's very much worth humanity's while to travel there and find out for sure, are these artificial or not?
Could it be that this strangely symmetrical formation on Mars is really an artificial structure built by an extraterrestrial race? For ancient astronaut theorists, what makes this image even more intriguing is the fact that strikingly similar man-made structures exist here on Earth. Osaka, Japan. Today, this bustling metropolis is famous as one of Japan's cultural centers of food, fashion, and finance. But in its southern suburb of Sakai lies an ancient and mysterious monument, a megalithic tomb called Daisen Kofun. It rises up 35 feet above the surrounding area, and it's 1,600 feet long and 980 feet wide, and it's encircled by 3 moats, making the entire edifice cover a space of 5 million square feet.
You can only really appreciate what it represents by going up into the air and looking down on it, because you then see that it's an enormous keyhole shape.
The Daisen Kofun is merely the largest of more than 160,000 kofuns that dot Japan.
There are hundreds of these tombs built between around 300 AD to around 600 AD, all over Japan. So what were these? Were these really just tombs built for emperors and kings, or were they something else altogether?
The keyhole shape can only be seen from the air. And we're told that the ancient Japanese did not have a means of getting into the sky to appreciate this shape. So there's a great mystery here about why the keyhole shape.
Some researchers suggest that the purpose of the keyhole shape can be traced back to the first kofun ever built.
The first of these tombs is associated with the first historical Japanese emperor, Emperor Sujin
In King's record in the book of ancient mythology, the Kojiki, a keyhole of a door actually also plays an important part. According to the story, in the Kojiki, a young woman becomes impregnated by a powerful god who comes to a room through a keyhole, then gives birth to semi-divine children. Another story from the same text tells that the Japanese royal family are all descendants of Amaterasu, who came from the celestial plane. So, what's the deal here? Why do we have these stories of someone coming from the sky? They also describe them as having come down from their celestial palace, which is called Takamagahara. It's right there. Our ancestors did not have words for extraterrestrials or aliens or any other creature coming from another planet because it didn't exist at the time.
So you've got to wonder if these keyhole-shaped kofu aren't something that were actually designed by extraterrestrials. There's something about that shape. It has meaning. Are these sites signaling somebody who is apparently in the sky?
Is it possible that the design of the Japanese kofus was inspired by contact with other worldly visitors? As far as ancient astronaut theorists are concerned, this symbol may offer an important clue about alien intervention in Earth's distant past. And as further evidence of its significance, they point to much more recently discovered keyhole-shaped structures that were also made to be seen from above. Haibar, Saudi Arabia, May 2017. An archaeological team conducting an aerial survey of the Saudi Arabian desert makes an extraordinary discovery: a series of mysterious stone structures. Among them are 19 formations in the shape of keyholes, formed by walls roughly 3 feet high.
These were keyhole-shaped kind of enclosures built of quite large stones and earth, and there were hundreds of them across the landscape. And they're thought to be thousands of years old, but no one knows who built them. No one knows why they were there, but they have this sacred symbol of the keyhole as the design. So the keyhole shape is a combination of the triangle and the circle. And the circle is often a representation of the sun and the moon and other heavenly objects, whereas the triangle shape is really the pyramid shape, and that is a representation of the earth. So it really could be a representation linking heaven and earth.
Scientific testing of the materials made to build these enclosures dates them to roughly 6500 BC. Could it be that they are somehow related to the keyhole-shaped kofus that were built in Japan thousands of years later? Curiously, a keyhole design can be found at ancient sites belonging to numerous different cultures and all over the world. This shape is present in the Incan ruins of Moray in Peru, the Temple of the Foliated Cross in Palenque, Mexico, the Hopi Kivas in the American Southwest, and the 10,000-year-old burial mounds in Tassili Nanjir, Algeria.
Why is it that there are so many cultures that use the keyhole shape around the world? Is there some commonality to all of this, even though they are thousands of miles apart? I would say that we have to look towards human consciousness and the commonality of symbols.
Since ancient times, there have been keys and locks. The keyhole is what can unlock a portal to another place, an unseen place. So it has a ritual and symbolic significance. We are aware that there are things we do not know, that there are energies that affect human life and all other life that we are still learning, just barely beginning to grasp. So the keyhole image symbolically represents the possibility that such gateways can be opened.
Could the keyhole symbol carry a profound message for humanity? Was this shape repeated at ancient sites across the globe so that future generations would notice it and attempt to understand it? Perhaps further clues can be found by examining the connection between the keyhole shape and the ancient gods.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles, pickle glazed wings, and what? Pickle lemonade? Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeye.
What's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Sportscom has 125 years of professional hair expertise. That's why I trust them to create the perfect blog. To help you tell your story and feel more like you. Sportscom, what story will you tell?
Tel El Faraid, Egypt, January 2018. Archaeologists digging in the city, located in the heart of the Nile River Delta, uncover the remains of an ancient settlement. Among the fragments of statues, they discover pieces of an amulet known as a manat.
The Menat is a very important amulet for ancient Egypt. So the Menat was made by a series of lines of beads with counterbalance or in form of a keyhole. In this way, could use as a necklace with the beads in front and counterbalance in the back.
In Egyptian mythology, the manat is often worn by the god Khonsu.
Khonsu is mainly god of the moon, but it's also a healing god. It's considered a protector who can ward off evil spirits or evil forces.
Khonsu is seen as a wandering god. This reflects how the moon wanders through the heavens. He has a pendant with a keyhole on it. This represents the gatekeeping function of this particular divinity, the ability to open unseen worlds.
He taught many of the different sciences to the people. He was also related to technology. So this is the suggestion that he may have been involved in some of the construction of the sites there in ancient Egypt.
Paintings often depict the gods giving the manat to members of Egyptian nobility. While mainstream historians contend the amulet was simply a piece of jewelry, ancient astronaut theorists suspect it was something more profound.
If you look at some of the earliest representations of the manat, rays are jumping out into 4 different heads that are on sticks. What is going on? To me, that is a representation of something technological that our ancestors witnessed, but they couldn't quite figure out yet what they were looking at.
Curiously, Khonsu isn't the only lunar deity or moon god symbolized by a keyhole shape.
We also have Tanit, a Canaanite or Phoenician goddess, who again, her symbol was that of the keyhole shape, and she was connected with travel. She was also connected with machinery. So again, there could be connections here between these ancient cultures and this symbol.
Two depictions of Khonsu and Tanit point to the keyhole shape, representing some type of technological device. And could it be more than mere coincidence that both have a connection to the moon? Ancient astronaut theorists believe further clues can be found on the Italian island of Sardinia. Today, this picturesque island in the Mediterranean is famous for its crystalline waters, white sandy beaches, and luxurious resorts. But thousands of years ago, Sardinia was home to one of the most mysterious civilizations in the ancient world, the Nuragi.
The Nuragic culture of Sardinia were a Bronze Age people who occupied the island from around 1800 BC down to about 200 BC when the Romans arrived and took over the island.
There are question marks about the dating of the Nuragic civilization in Sardinia. There's so many sites there that go back way before that. There's dolmens that go back to 3,500 or 4,000 BC. There's the Giants' Tombs, which are slightly older than the Nuragic civilization. And there's even a pyramid there, Monte Accodi, which dates back to around 3,500 to 4,000 BC. The Nuragic culture emerged really from nowhere. And so they were masters of megalithic construction, and they built these amazing Nuragic towns all over the country. There are recorded over 7,000 of them.
Sardinia is arguably one of the most interesting sites in Europe, not simply because of the large stone structures there, but it's the fact that so many of them are aligned to the sun and the moon and also the stars, that we have to ask ourselves, did they have a belief that their ancestors came from the stars?
The Nuragic people left no written historical record, causing many scholars to question how they could have achieved such incredible building prowess without having developed a writing system. In May 2018, Oak Island treasure hunter Marty Lagina invited Giorgio Tsoukalos to join him in Sardinia to investigate the mystery of the Nuragi and offer his unique perspective.
Senor Zeta.
There, Giorgio and Marty were met by local guide Ivan Amalu and archaeoastronomer Mauro Pepino Zeta, who showed them an archaeological site far stranger than they expected. The well of Santa Cristina.
Now wait a minute, these are modern, right? This is reproduction. No, I mean,
I know.
This is reproduction.
It's what people say when they hear, they say, "Oh, Ivana, that's a fake." What is that? Can you imagine the well is 3,000 years old?
No, honestly, these are the original stones?
Really, believe me.
Wow.
100%. That is built to last for the eternity.
Well, this is spectacular. I mean,
Do you want to touch with your hand the sophistication of the wall?
Yeah.
Here we go. Andiamo.
It's crazy.
Look at this. It is round. It's a perfect circle. You can't put a piece of paper. There's no mortar used to put the stuff together. I mean, è incredibile questo.
Not only is it constructed beautifully, the foundation is below the water table. Okay, that's very hard to do. I can tell you from Oak Island, working on water is difficult. This is spectacular.
But the incredibly precise construction of the well of Santa Cristina is not its only extraordinary feature. When archaeoastronomer Mauro Pepino Zeta began researching the ancient structures of Sardinia in search of astronomical alignments, he found that the well of Sardinia was constructed to track a very specific celestial event.
In armonia col punto in cui la luna arriva al punto più alto. And this cupola is really built to observe the moon in its highest light.
E il massimo
Its maximum
arriva ogni 18 anni e 6 mesi.
is every 18.6 years. The full moon reflects its light in the deep water over there.
The event tracked by the well is known as a lunar standstill, the time when the moon reaches its highest point in the night sky and appears to stay there for hours before finally sinking back toward the horizon. But how was an ancient civilization, one supposedly without mathematics or a written language, able to build a structure that precisely tracks a lunar event that would have only occurred 2 or 3 times in a normal lifetime?
The question is, there was no written language. How was this planned? Because if you look at this from above, it's this keyhole shape, and that to me is fascinating.
I have not seen anything quite like this. Okay, I'm literally wowed by this.
Clearly, someone told the local people how to place these stones into different areas because it was a connection to the celestial realm.
So you're surmising the technology was given to these people.
The engineering knowledge,
Yeah.
because this screams mathematics.
Yes, it does.
It is unlike anything that I've ever seen, even though the stone steps have reminded me of inside the Grand Gallery of the Great Pyramid. You can't put a dollar bill in between the fittings. No mortar was used. It's absolute perfection, and the hole with the oculus has a deviation of about 11 degrees. So that right there is something that's fascinating, because only with that 11-degree deviation do you actually recognize this lunar standstill. So my suggestion is that this engineering knowledge was given to the local culture at the time by the extraterrestrials. I'm not offering this opinion lightly. The legends and the statuary and the figurines and the objects that have been found here all speak of someone descending from the sky.
Ancient moon gods in Egypt and Carthage, symbolized by a keyhole. An ancient well in Sardinia, a line to record a rare lunar event, and also shaped like a keyhole. Could these incredible parallels provide evidence of extraterrestrial intervention on Earth? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest further evidence can be found by examining another mysterious structure in a remote village in India.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles, pickle glazed wings, and what? Pickle lemonade? Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeyes.
Joann is going out of business, and prices were just slashed again. Every store's at least 30 to 60% off everything. Fabric, yarn, sewing machines, jewelry, home decor, and so much more are all at liquidation pricing. Hurry in before we close our doors forever.
Pasadena, California, June 2018. Thousands flock to the Pasadena Convention Center to attend AlienCon, a 3-day event that brings together ancient astronaut theorists and UFO researchers from across the world. Featured contributor Giorgio Tsoukalos has just returned from his trip to Sardinia, and while relating what he experienced there to convention attendees, he is shown a photo that is shockingly familiar. The Well of Santa Cristina is one of the most amazing architectural sites I've ever seen. On that photo I was given at AlienCon was an almost identical well 4,000 miles away in India. And I was like, this is incredible. When you look at these two structures from the sky, immediately you see that they both are in the shape of a keyhole. So you have to wonder, is there a connection? And that is the big question. A similar keyhole-shaped well 4,000 miles away? Is it possible that the well in India, located in the town of Bandlapur near Mumbai, is somehow connected to the well in Sardinia?
Mainstream archaeologists believe that the well at Badlapur was created around 1750 during the time of Shivaji, but there are no inscriptions in the well which state how old it is. The fact is, locals believe that this well was created much, much earlier in time, possibly dating back to thousands of years. Archaeological records in India are not precisely kept, so it is entirely possible that this well was built at the same time as the step well in Sardinia.
Curiously, both wells have a similar connection to the moon.
In Sardinia, it's the moon shining down on that pool of water once every 18 years. And in India, we have 18 steps leading down to the water's edge, both of them reflective of the 18-year lunar cycle.
Another commonality between the two ancient keyhole-shaped structures is that both were constructed using sophisticated building techniques. The Bandlapur well was originally constructed without the use of any mortar, which has only been added in recent years to ensure its preservation.
The well of Badlapur was created without the use of any mortar. This type of construction is based on the ancient technology of Ayurveda, where you are able to create a structure that can survive for many thousands of years.
Archaeologists suggest that this construction style, known as Ayurvedic architecture, is derived from the ancient science of design described in India's oldest Sanskrit texts. To the millions of Hindu faithful, these texts, known as Vedas, are accounts given directly by the gods themselves and only transcribed by humans.
We still have these ancient texts from ancient India. It's really the only civilization left that has this continuous thread to the very, very ancient past. And these books can still be read by Sanskrit scholars today. And what these books talk about is extraterrestrial gods coming to ancient India.
Now, the ancient astronaut theory proposes that the reason why these similar structures exist is because perhaps both cultures were visited by the same teachers. So who knows if the Nuragic culture of ancient Sardinia was visited by the same extraterrestrials that were visiting ancient India, because in both cases there are local stories of beings descending from the sky.
For thousands of years, we were visited by beings from outer space. These beings, they wanted that we develop technology. They wanted that sooner or later we find out that we are the offsprings of them. So they left clues on this planet Earth.
Is it possible that these two ancient wells, separated by thousands of miles, and with eerily similar construction styles, were built with the help of extraterrestrial beings? And if so, does the keyhole shape represent some type of technology wielded by these visitors? Ancient astronaut theorists suggest further clues can be found by examining the significance of this shape throughout India, in the form of the stupa.
In Ajanta caves, there are many carvings of Buddha inside stupas. From the front, it appears as though Buddha is standing inside an elaborately carved arch. But the fact is, what we are seeing from the front is a cross-section of a stupa inside of which Buddha is standing. And what is a stupa? It is nothing but some kind of a vehicle. It is also shaped in the form of a keyhole.
Buddha sitting inside a stupa, in my opinion, is this creature inside a pod lifting off. If we had 1 or 10 or even 20 examples like that, you could be like, all right, interesting. But what if I told you there are millions of the same motif in India about celestial beings depicted living in clouds up in the sky? Whatever the shape was that inspired the keyhole shape was what was so important, and in my opinion, that was a flying craft.
Is it possible that the keyhole symbol found throughout the world was inspired by the shape of an extraterrestrial spacecraft that our ancestors witnessed descending from the sky? Some ancient astronaut theorists suggest there may be another, even more profound explanation, and point to an early Hebrew text that describes a magic ring used to control demons.
Archaeology has only discovered 10% of past civilizations.
I can't imagine what else we will discover.
The theories for sutras, their genes don't match up with anything else that we have on Earth.
Who ask big questions?
There was no written language. How was this planned?
As a brand, you this is a revolutionary discovery.
Ancient aliens. What is out there? What helped us get here? Is something guiding us to the future? Ancient aliens. Jerusalem, the 10th century BC. King Solomon of the United Kingdom of Israel begins construction on a great temple to house the Ark of the Covenant. According to the Hebrew Bible, this sacred chest was built to carry the stone tablets on which the 10 Commandments were written, and also facilitate direct communication with God. There's an ancient legend recorded of all places, the Talmud, in which it is said that there were specific needs for building Solomon's temple that no human being could provide. In the story, Solomon prays to God, and instantly the archangel Michael manifests. It's out of thin air. And Michael says that he's going to give Solomon a power that has never before been seen on earth and never again shall be. And he produces for him a golden ring with a signet seal.
This is known as the secret seal of Solomon, and it is a magical sign which has that interesting shape like a keyhole.
This ring was used to command a legion of 72 jinn. These are fire spirits in Arabian tradition. And once they were under his control, he used them to build monuments, including Solomon's Temple itself.
According to the Talmud, these otherworldly beings that Solomon was able to rule with his divine keyhole-shaped seal were led by a jinn named Ashmedai. In constructing Solomon's temple, Ashmedai not only oversaw the building of the tabernacle to hold the Ark of the Covenant, but also a number of underground hidden chambers. Ashmedai brought with him an army of his followers who built those places of the temple which no human being was allowed to even know existed. So these legends come down to us to this day that this Temple of Solomon, the parts that were subterranean, were not built by human hands, and therefore secret to this day to the human eye.
They build all kinds of tunnels and chambers, and you have to wonder if it might have something to do with this high technology that they put into some very safe place for keeping.
Could it be that the technology Solomon was given to build his temple was hidden somewhere beneath it? Solomon's temple was destroyed by the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II in 587 BC. But nearly 1,700 years later, the site where it stood, known today as Temple Mount, was excavated by a group of warrior monks called the Order of Solomon's Temple, also known as the Knights Templar. And many believe that they did not leave empty-handed.
The Knights Templars got a commission from the Pope to actually do excavations at Solomon's Temple. And the story there goes that the Templars actually discovered a secret chamber beneath the temple.
While it remains unknown just what the Knights Templar may have uncovered, researchers note that they would go on to display incredible building prowess, much like that of the jinn that legend credits with building Solomon's Temple.
The Knights Templars had very advanced knowledge of geometry, mathematics, architecture, and of working with stone. Some of the early constructions include the Gothic cathedrals of Europe, and they show remarkable technology. The way they worked with stone, the hidden geometry, the mathematics, and the sort of spiritual dimensions that these elements create, quite remarkable.
Curiously, nearly every Templar church was built in the shape of a keyhole when viewed from above. But perhaps most notable of all is that at a former Templar stronghold in France called Rennes-le-Château, there is a statue of Ashmedai, the king of the jinn that helped Solomon to build his temple.
Rumor has it that the Templar Knights endeavored to communicate with Ashmedai, the king of the Shadim, the jinn, who built the temple to serve Solomon.
Is it possible that the Knights Templar were in possession of a long-lost alien technology, one that was witnessed and documented all over the world in ancient times? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest further clues as to just what this technology was, and if it still exists somewhere on Earth today, can be found by examining the most iconic sacred object in all of Christianity, the Holy Grail.
10 months, 4 bidding wars, 3 weeks to iron out the details. It wasn't easy finding our gels.
Gene House.
But after a few minor alterations, it's the perfect fit.
Thankfully, choosing NJM for home insurance was easy. They tailored a policy to our specific needs. We can be a little particular.
With NJM, you get the coverage that's right for you and top-rated customer service.
Oh, careful. Don't spill the jable.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles. Pickles glazed wings and pickle lemonade. Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeye.
Just much. Look at what I got for Mother's Day. It's a heart. My mom likes hearts. She always likes beautiful things. I think she will like it. She loves me because she always kisses me. You are my heart. I love you, Mom. Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
Pandora. Joann is going out of business, and prices were just slashed again. Every store is at least 30 to 60% off everything. Fabric, yarn, sewing machines, jewelry, home decor, and so much more are all at liquidation pricing. Hurry in before we close our doors forever.
Vast amounts of value lost forever, trapped in a void of darkness.
My clients?
But you have DocuSign Intelligent Agreement Management, a better way to manage your agreements.
Rome, Italy, 1667. Architect Gian Lorenzo Bernini oversees the finishing touches on his masterpiece, St. Peter's Square. This resplendent portico consists of two straight colonnades that open up to a wide ellipse. St. Peter's Square is a very large plaza in front of St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City. The thing is that St. Peter's Square is not a square, it's a keyhole shape. And the question is, why? The architect Bernini tells us that when he envisioned the keyhole shape, it was to create a sort of a womb or a vessel so that the visitor to this place would feel like they're embraced by the welcoming or loving arms of the church. That as many as 1 million people can gather together in this spot. In fact, they would gather around a large Egyptian obelisk made of red granite that's in the exact center of the apex of this site. But we know that shapes hold power. Shapes have power. We have to ask the question, could this be something more? Some historians suggest a clue as to why St. Peter's Square was designed in the shape of a keyhole can be found at the Galway Templar Church in England. In her 2007 book, The Knights Templar Encyclopedia, author Karen Rawls notes that there is a curious etching above the church's piscina, a keyhole-shaped chalice thought to depict the Holy Grail. There are different perspectives on what the Holy Grail is. The one that most people are familiar with is that it's actually a cup or a chalice, one that was present at the Last Supper and that also was present at the crucifixion. What's interesting is that the Grail is very often distinctively keyhole shaped. This is eerily similar to what the Seal of Solomon looks like. The keyhole shape that is believed to be the actual symbol that Solomon used in order to bind or control demons. Could it be that the Holy Grail and the Ring of Solomon are both representations of a technology that was wielded by extraterrestrial visitors? A mysterious 12th century nobleman named Wolfram von Eschenbach, who is often regarded as the greatest poet of the Middle Ages, wrote of the Holy Grail falling to earth from the heavens.
One of the origin stories of the Grail is that it was a giant emerald that was in the crown that Lucifer wore before his fall. That instead of descending to the underworld, it fell accidentally to earth. So we have a little piece of heaven here on earth.
While scholars debate what parts of Eschenbach's works were meant to be taken as fact, he goes into great detail about the Grail, which he alleged was carved from this otherworldly gemstone. The stone can instantly manifest wishes through the power of a frequency or vibration. This is very important because one of the critical uses for the Grail is that it could transmute one thing into another, a wasteland into a garden, for example. Wolfram von Eschenbach said that the Grail fell from the heavens. What if the Grail is in fact extraterrestrial technology?
We know that the Knights Templar spent some time in Jerusalem, and it's often said that they were looking for holy relics, they were looking perhaps for the Holy Grail. Had they got it, where would they have taken it?
So let's think about St. Peter's Square in light of this. And it tells us that the Grail is in Vatican City. Is it possible that Bernini designed St. Peter's Square in the shape of a keyhole to provide a clue that the Holy Grail resides somewhere at the Vatican? And was the Holy Grail not a cup that could bestow everlasting life, but a powerful extraterrestrial technology? Some ancient astronaut theorists believe the Grail may represent something even more profound and point back to the keyhole shape found on Mars.
The Lexus ES didn't begin in a studio. It began with you. The Lexus ES, designed not just for you, by you.
Get special offers on select Lexus models.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles. Pickle glazed wings and what? Pickle lemonade? Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeye.
November 2016. After a 3-year study of the keyhole formation discovered on Mars, an independent research team led by the director of the Sidonia Institute, George Haas, publishes their findings. The team determined that the formation exhibits such perfect symmetry that it is highly unlikely to be the result of natural erosion.
It appears what we're seeing on Mars is evidence of some unknown extraterrestrial culture that I think may have been telling the story of where we came from and possibly where we may be going.
If the keyhole formation on Mars is an artificial structure, as this scientific study suggests, could it indicate that an alien technology documented by our ancestors was left on Earth's closest neighboring planet for humanity to one day discover? Or is it possible that the structure does not represent some physical object, but carries a more important message? Was it meant to tell us that there are profound secrets waiting to be unlocked about both our past and our future?
When we look at all the examples of the keyhole shape as it appears throughout different myths and traditions, it tells us that that is a vital shape for us to understand. And it suggests to me that when we find the keyhole shape, no matter where it is, that they all refer to this great mystery symbolized by the keyhole, and that perhaps by understanding one, it's going to help us to unlock the mysteries of all and release some tremendous cosmic power.
I think that there's an extraterrestrial message inside this keyhole shape. If anything, it is a project of spreading knowledge and information throughout the entire universe. Because without information, what do you have? You have nothing.
I think that what's really lying in store for humanity now
is that we will prove these keyhole shapes are really signifying intelligent life, perhaps giving us technology and helping us go into space.
Could it be that the keyhole shape symbolizes a connection to the universe that humankind is only beginning to comprehend? Are religious artifacts like the Holy Grail not divine or even extraterrestrial objects, but messages meant to tell us that our destiny lies in the stars? Perhaps we are on the verge of finally understanding the significance of this ubiquitous symbol. And the next giant leap for mankind will be more profound than we could ever imagine. An island of giant statues, a vast plateau covered in enormous geoglyphs, a megalithic settlement that dates back more than 12,000 years. On Ancient Aliens, we've trekked across deserts, hacked through jungles, flown to remote islands, and climbed rugged mountains in order to investigate extraordinary sights that seem to defy any conventional explanation. We're going to look back at what I consider to be the top 10 ancient sites we visited. And you can decide for yourself, do these places hold the proof that Earth has been visited by extraterrestrials? When I think of all the mysterious sites we've investigated on Ancient Aliens, it's really tough to narrow them down to the top 10, and even tougher to rank them. Each of these sites offers compelling evidence that extraterrestrials visited our ancestors. And at one particular site in Peru, that evidence is imprinted right on the vast desert floor. And what makes it even more incredible is that you can only see it from high above the earth. At number 10 on my list of top 10 mysterious sites, the Nazca Lines. Southern Peru, 1927. While hiking in the foothills of the arid Nazca Desert, archaeologist Toribio Mejia Cespe discovers what appears to be a large network of ancient roads carved into the earth. Years later, as airplane travel to the region becomes more frequent, aerial flyovers reveal nearly 100 other designs in the nearby landscape.
The Nazca Lines consist of these massive drawings or carvings, if you like, on the ground. Everything from geometric symbols, lines, to animals, even fish, birds. But the intriguing thing about them is, number one, they're massive, and they can really only be seen properly from the sky.
According to mainstream archaeologists, these mysterious earth drawings were created by the Nazca, an ancient people that flourished in the region between the 1st century and 8th century AD. But what was their purpose?
Archaeology has still no answer. In my opinion, it has something to do with the extraterrestrials. Our ancestors made these gigantic signs in the ground because they want to signalize to the beings up there, we are here, come down here.
If you leave Nazca and travel due west some 2,400 miles out into the Pacific Ocean, you'll eventually reach one of the most remote islands on Earth. It was discovered by Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen on Easter Sunday, 1722, and he was amazed by the gigantic stone statues he found all over the island. They've become one of archaeology's greatest riddles. Mysterious site number 9, Easter Island. April 5th, 1722. Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen and his crew are 2,400 miles off the coast of Chile when they spot a small landmass completely isolated in the Pacific Ocean. As they draw closer, they are surprised to find that the remote island is inhabited. But even more unexpected are the giant stone figures staring out at them from the shore.
The statues on Easter Island, which we call Moai, are one of the great archaeological wonders of the world. We know they carved something like 1,000 of them over a period of probably roughly about 500 years, weighing tens of tons. No other culture in the world has ever done this, certainly not on this scale. In many ways, we still don't know exactly how they did it.
The Moai were found to have been carved from the volcanic bedrock at the center of the island. But exactly how the native people managed to move such enormous statues out to Easter Island's shoreline, in some cases more than 11 miles from the quarry, has been the subject of endless debate.
There have been many theories over the years as to how they were moved. The first theories thought that they must have been dragged horizontally on sledges or rollers or something of that kind. It was tried again recently for a TV film, and again they moved it a few meters, but it really doesn't prove anything. You're talking about several hundred statues, and it would depend on the size and weight of the statue, the number of people you had available to help, the distance you were going to go, the kind of terrain. So basically, we don't really know.
According with the oral tradition and the legends, the people used the mana of the Ariki to make the Moai walk. The Ariki were the god kings of the communities. The mana is a special energy or power that some Ariki and important people of the different tribes used to have.
So one has to wonder if mana was some type of extraterrestrial technology that allowed these stones to be levitated into place. Some have suggested that sound technology was used in order to move some of these rocks, because scientists have proposed that levitation technology can be achieved with one thing: sound frequencies.
This mana is an energy that no one understands today. Is it some kind of extraterrestrial energy? We just don't know.
You know, what's really curious is that so many of the world's most massive megaliths are found on islands where in ancient times resources and manpower were extremely limited. And on one island nation in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, you'll find some of the oldest and most enormous structures anywhere on Earth. Number 8 in our countdown of mysterious sites, the islands of Malta.
The Maltese Islands lie in the center of the Mediterranean Sea, just south of Italy. Scholars believe the first inhabitants migrated here from the nearby island of Sicily in 5200 BC. Today, stone structures on 2 of the islands, Malta and Gozo, are considered by archaeologists to be among the greatest achievements by ancient builders anywhere in the world.
There are engineering features in these temples that are just astonishing. We're talking about walls enclosing space, paved walkways. They were ceilinged at one time. Definitely much more complex than anything else that was appearing on Earth for a very long time.
In 2014, Giorgio Tsoukalos traveled to Malta to get an up-close look at its incredible megalithic structures. At the Temple of Hajarim, he met with Dr. Anthony Bonanno, a professor of archaeology and classical literature.
What does Hajarim actually mean? Stones of worship or standing stones?
Like this one. Check this out. This is huge.
Yes, wow. 3 meters high by 6 meters 50 wide and about another meter thick. That makes about 20 odd tons. Minimum, yes.
This is incredible. So this is one of the largest freestanding stones?
I mean, when I see stuff like this, that's when I wonder,
How did they carry it? How they poured it in the cave? They must have poured it
Put
and
upright.
put it upright. Yeah.
While visitors to these islands are immediately struck by the massive megaliths, one of Malta's most incredible structures remained hidden for centuries. In 1902, construction workers accidentally discovered one of Malta's most curious features, a mysterious underground sanctuary dating to 2500 BC. Called the Hypogeum, the subterranean structure was revealed to be 3 levels deep, all hewn from solid stone.
How could people from that far back, how could they know how to construct such a thing? If you look at some of the chambers, it looks like it's actually been carved with some type of a laser. So I don't know exactly how it was done, but I do know that they had a technology that far exceeds what we have today as far as stone cutting.
If you look at the way some of these walls have been cut, there had to have been a type of plan or construction plan beforehand. And one has to wonder if that engineering knowledge was imparted upon the builders, which were our ancestors, by extraterrestrials. Could the incredible stonework found at the Hypogeum have been achieved using extraterrestrial technology? Curiously, the first archaeological investigations performed at the site in 1907 turned up more than 7,000 skeletons. And according to a National Geographic magazine article from May 1920, many were found to have unusually long skulls. In 2014, I had the great privilege of looking at 5 of these elongated skulls. And they were very interesting because one of those skulls that I looked at had a missing sagittal suture. The sagittal suture connects to the sides and roof of the cranium. This suture is open when a person is born and closes around the age of 35.
As you can see, even from the inside, there's no sign of the middle suture.
Right.
Completely fused.
That's fascinating. Even if you have a suture that ossifies or fuses together, you still have a fine line that you can discover or detect. And with the one skull that I was able to look at in Malta, that suture was completely missing. Enormous megalithic structures built more than 5,000 years ago. A mysterious underground sanctuary hidden for centuries. Ancient skulls of abnormal size and shape. As far as ancient astronaut theorists are concerned, the evidence all points to one conclusion, that the islands of Malta were once home to extraterrestrial beings.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles, pickle glazed wings, and pickle lemonade. Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeyes.
There aren't many places on Earth that can turn modern archaeology on its head, like the next mysterious site on our countdown. It's a place that mainstream science says can't possibly exist. But not only does it exist, it may even provide evidence of the Great Flood described in the Bible. Number 7 in our countdown of the top 10 mysterious sites, Göbekli Tepe.
Sanliurfa, Turkey, October 1994. While plowing his fields, shepherd Sabak Yildiz spots a strangely shaped stone protruding from the ground. After brushing away the dirt, he realizes that it may be part of a much larger object.
It wasn't until German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt visited the site and began digging. They realized what was really at the site.
What he discovered was mind-blowing. After discovering the first T-shaped pillar buried at the site, he soon found more of these massive structures. Klaus Schmidt had the sediment layers of the site radiocarbon dated. The results indicated that the stone structures could be as much as 12,000 years old, more than 5,000 years older than mankind's first known civilization in Mesopotamia. Some researchers propose the megalithic structures provide evidence that an advanced civilization existed on Earth many thousands of years ago, one that was assisted by otherworldly visitors before falling victim to a deadly cataclysm.
There is evidence of a great cataclysm that took place around 12,900 years ago. It's called the Younger Dryas Impact Event, where comets and airbursts impacted the land and the ice sheets, causing massive flooding. And Göbekli Tepe dates to the time of the Younger Dryas events that were taking place over a few thousand-year period.
Göbekli Tepe could be the smoking gun of a lost civilization because it confirms that at the time of the last ice age, there was high culture existing in the world. This is something that had been speculated for many years.
If you think Göbekli Tepe is one of the most mysterious sites on Earth, there's another that I think is even more baffling. It's a series of massive stones in northern France that have been arranged in a very deliberate and perplexing geometric pattern. Even modern archaeology can't explain their purpose. At number 6 on our countdown of the top 10 mysterious sites, the Standing Stones of Karnak.
On the northwest coast of France, just south of Brittany, lies one of the most important prehistoric sites in Europe. At the seaside village of Karnak, over 3,000 megalithic stones are placed in rows over 2 miles long. The Karnak stones were hewn from local rock formations and erected between 4,500 to 2,500 BC, at the end of the Stone Age. They are the largest collection of standing stones in the world.
Archaeologists are baffled by the many megaliths at Karnak here. It's clearly a massive construction project with blocks of granite weighing 50 to 100 to even up to 350 tons.
Although mainstream archaeologists speculate that the Karnak stones are most likely tomb markers, ancient astronaut theorists believe these stones are intentionally laid out in a unique geometric formation.
The Karnak stones are laid out incredibly precisely using standard units of measurement that show very sophisticated mathematics. It's been suggested that they were using the Pythagorean theorem thousands of years ago. They may elude us now exactly what they were trying to accomplish, but it seems like they were encoding some kind of information.
The Pythagorean theorem wasn't established until 2,000 years after the last Karnak stones were erected. So how could the builders have possessed this knowledge? And why were the stones arranged in such precise geometrical patterns?
The Karnak stones are a perfect marker for any kind of aerial vehicle looking down on the Earth.
The extraterrestrials told our ancestors, do this, move stones, put it exactly in this pattern, we order you. It was on purpose. The idea was that generations in the far future may start to ask questions. That's the situation we have today.
Could the Karnak stones contain a mathematical message left by extraterrestrials? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest further evidence can be found by examining a famous megalithic site to the north.
Popeyes has gone full pickle. You got your pickle glazed sandwich. You got your fried pickles, pickle glazed wings, and pickle lemonade. Where my pickle people at? Love that pickle from Popeyes.